how to identify problem and how to review the literature, which is the stepping stone to research. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Das for delivering the um, lecture and discussion. Over to Dr. Das.
Thank you so much, Vivekananda Lokasan sir, particularly Chitta Bhai and Minakatan Bhai, and Dr. Pradeep. In fact, no, your own people become extra generous, no, to praise, and that way, Chitta Bhai is like that. She always, praises quite a lot because he likes me so much. And but you should understand that Chitta Bhai is this is actually the mission of Chitta Bhai, and we are all with him. Just like Swami Vivekananda has said, one life, one mission. So similarly, Chitta Bhai has taken this as a mission, and we are of course all teachers. Chitta Bhai is a teacher of economics, so also I and Dr. Minakatan Behra, and so this is basically a part of our individual social responsibility, and Chitta Bhai has taken it as one life, one mission, and again we have of course I am not able to give enough time to him, uh, but whenever we find time we definitely join with him to take his mission ahead. And so in this mission, basically in our Mogang Council, Education Council, we basically want to promote the education of the rural children because they are lacking the knowledge or the information how to get the best education, and also not only actually in the primary or secondary but also in the higher level of education. So in that context, Dr. Mina Ketan Behera contextualized basically or planned for this idea. So this is his brainchild that we should have such a research methodology program, and this can benefit quite a lot of young researchers who struggle to start their research. And as a teacher, okay, so again, I will be basically sharing my own experiences that will be helpful for all of you. I hope so. And that's why, okay, we have almost 2 hours, 9 to 11. Okay, it's already 9:20 to 11, so 1.5 hours or so. And so I'll be probably speaking about 1 hour, and then half an hour we can keep for discussion. We can take some questions from the students, so that will be helpful for them. Now coming to the first topic, okay, I have to cover two issues. One is how to choose a topic. In fact, I remember when okay, let me start my own research experience. When I started my own research and I was just completing my MA, and I was applying to CDS, Center for Development Studies, for my MPhil program, I did not know what is research all about and how a research is done. Of course, by the time I had presented a paper based on a survey in my MA, also I had done a small survey, and based on that I had to present a paper. But then I did not know how to write a research proposal because we did not have a research project then. And so I went to one of my teachers, and then the teacher told me that, okay, so in a research proposal, all following sections are usually there. But when it comes to choosing a research topic, that is very crucial. Which topic you will work on? Again, that is very challenging job, and we will be discussing that. Okay, many students, okay, when I became a teacher, the many students come to me and then ask, "Sir, what should I work on? Okay, for my MPhil dissertation or my PhD topic or for MA project also." So in that context, so I realized that a lot of students face this problem basically while selecting the topic. Now, how to select a topic? For that, I would say that it is your interest that actually should determine your research topic. Okay, and now you will say that, how do find research interest? Because many times students don't have the sufficient information. See, if you know 100 things, then you can choose one of them. But if you do not know anything, like what are the alternatives available? Just like in economics, we always say this when we discuss the consumer behavior, we say that the consumer has clear information about the price of the commodity and alternatives available in the market. Uh, even if you are buying commodity X, you should know that what are alternatives are available, Y, Z, or X, 1, X2, X3, and so on. So similarly, while choosing a topic, you should be aware also that what are the research topics available, okay, in the market, you can say, and what should I choose. Now, usually, okay, how somebody actually uh, chooses a topic, as I told that, okay, it is your interest, and how does that interest come? Uh, from simple newspaper readings. Okay, that if you are reading newspapers, you will be coming across so many problems, basically social problems and economic problems. And since I am trained in economics, so I can only talk about economics, but I think that some part actually we can apply it to other fields also. Now, any social problem or economic, or yeah, any problem that you think about, it has answer from different fields. It can have an economic answer, or yeah, it can have a answer from the sociology. It can have an answer from psychology. It can have a technological answer also. It can also have a scientific answer through basic knowledge. And as Dr. Chitaranjan Nayak has said, that basically research is all about exploring the truth. Okay? And again, in social science, we don't have a single truth. We have multiple truths, and all are equally true. Okay, so you cannot say that okay, this is this is the single truth that I explored. That can happen in physical science. Even in physical science, also things are relative. Okay, and if in physical science things are relative, then in social science definitely there would be so many other truths, because when your circumstances change, you will have multiple truths. So we have to understand that okay, we are trying to explore the truth, and whatever we see on the surface, that is not the reality. Okay? So we are going deeper into the problem, and we are trying to get an answer. Okay? Say, now coming to the topic, now most of the students might have already studied, say, MA, at least when you are studying your research, or at least BA, or BSc, whatever, undergraduation. Now, during those coursework, what we gain is the theoretical knowledge. No, say, be it microeconomics, macroeconomics, development economics, Indian economy. In all those papers, we discuss all theoretical problems. Of course, in Indian economy, we discuss the empirical issues. Okay, and that means what is really happening in Indian economy. We deal with the numbers, and that is why it is empirics. And so we have to use that theoretical understanding and empirical understanding to choose a topic. Okay, and suppose as I told that if you are reading newspapers regularly, you will be coming across hundreds of problems, in our society that is prevailing, and we need to explore the why this is happening. In a research, what we do, we basically try to find an answer why this is happening, and how this is happening, and why, how, and what is happening. Okay, so we are trying to find an answer for this. Now, when you try to find an answer, it can have a theoretical answer, and it can have an empirical answer to this. Now, in all the theories, we have basically we understand the process, like why this is happening. So, for example, say in consumer behavior, actually we study, okay, that say law of psychological law of consumption. Okay, that means how the consumption changes. Okay, yeah, so consumer behavior, okay, in macroeconomics, actually we have studied that when your income increases, your consumption expenditure also changes, but no, at a lesser rate. It doesn't change proportionately. So so that is a theoretical context. Now, when you try to do empirical verification, it may actually differ in different contexts. Okay, and it may not actually be true for all the commodities, and it may not be true for all the human beings and in all contexts. Okay, but in general, we say that this is the law. So this is theoretical construct we have made. Similarly, we have studied growth theories. Say, for example, if you remember Lewis theory, it says that that uh, countries, okay, economies, you would go through a proper, process, economic process, Kuznets theory, Lewis theory. You see that people, how labors will migrate from agriculture to industry, and wage will converge, and how economies also, the structural transformation happens. Those are again theoretical construct, but then those are also based on empirical data also. So what I am telling that now, suppose, okay, you are now thinking about a problem, particular problem. See, some people may like financial issues, some people may like environmental issues, some people may like macro issues, some people may like industrial issues, some people may like demographic issues, some people may think about inequality, poverty, and so on. There are so many, issues. So once you found out a broad research area of interest, very broad, no. So you might not be getting the research question exactly, but you thought, okay, I am going to work on particular issue. It could be poverty, unemployment, inequality, growth, anything. Okay, that one. So first you need to find out the broad research area. Now, once you find out the broad research area, you need to do some search basically in internet to find out some scholarly articles. Now you can go to Google Scholar. Similarly, you can go to other search engines, okay, and find out some articles. You can go to Jester. You can go to, okay, of course, sometimes these are paid websites, Jester or Science Direct. But then simple Google Scholar can help you. Okay, similarly, many other websites, you can search. Simple Google also you can search, and then find out some latest article, a very recently published article in that field. Okay, and then suppose when you are getting an article that might not be directly related to your thought, so you go on searching till you find out one article that is related to your field of research. Then if you can find out very one good article in your research field, then problem is solved. Half problem is solved, I would say. Because if you find out a latest article, then you can understand that what is the recent research that is happening in that field. Okay, and then again, of course, that will not solve your problem directly, but you at least get some idea that what all research are happening in that area, and whether I can do something like this. Okay, and then when you read one paper, you will find, okay, again interesting in the references, and you will go back to other article that we will discuss in the review of literature, how to do review of literature. But then initially, at least you are finding out some articles in your field, and so you have already found out the broad research area. Then second step is searching for some articles published in the recent years, at least in 2 3 years. Should not be very old, because if you read the recent article, in fact, in a very good journal, usually what they do is they would be publishing everything, and in the conclusion, they would be providing issues for further research, like what other researchers can do. So if you can find out, okay, that means you straight away get an idea that, okay, this is the ideas I can carry forward. Somebody else has already done it, but the author is saying that, okay, this is issue for further research, so let me take this. If, of course, if you find it interesting, otherwise you need not actually go by that, because research has to be done with a lot of passion. If you do not have your own interest, your guide cannot basically tell you, how to do research. Okay, because guide can only help you. But then it is, my guide used to tell me that, research is your baby, your thesis is your own baby, so you have to grow it in your own home. Here actually it is in your own mind. Now, guides can help you only in shaping the idea. Like your baby is growing in your home, so doctors is helping you to vaccine, for vaccination. Similarly, nutrition, all those advice can come from a doctor, but your doctor cannot, give birth to your baby. Similarly, your PhD thesis is just like that. It is an idea which is growing in your mind, and you are giving a shape to that idea. You are basically doing a quest for your truth. So when you are doing that, it is your own interest that can only sustain. Your guide cannot definitely do that. If the idea has been given by the guide and you have no interest, then research cannot simply go ahead. Sometimes it so happens that, students simply surrender, no, before the guide, and say that whatever you say I will do. So if that if that research area of interest is converging, that is all okay. That okay, you surrender before the guide and you told your guide that okay, sir, you give me topic and I will. Sorry, just a minute. Okay, so then that is fine. Okay, your guide gave you topic, but then you still have interest in that field. Then it is okay, perfect, no problem, because your guide has interest, you have interest, that has converged, and you are taking that research forward. But then if it is not converging, then it becomes a very much, it becomes a big problem. So it has, the idea has to come from the student, and then the guide, of course, should also know a little bit about that area of research, otherwise you change your guide. So it's not that no guide should actually choose the student, rather student should choose the guide. In best institutions this happens, that you find out one topic and then you go to the guide who is working in that field. Okay, so once you choose that broad area and you found out some articles in that field, then you have to think about the research question, because broad research issue is not very clear. Okay? You're thinking that okay, I'll be working on something on unemployment, but what is that unemployment work question that you want to address? Okay? Or say you want to work on say energy issues, but then what is that question that you want to address? Now you have read also a couple of articles, and sometimes it so happens that after reading a couple of articles you get even confused. There you go. So there are very interesting issues in different fields. Now what should I work on? Again, your own interest. So remember, PhD is a time when you start using your own brain. No, you must think that no, is it that no, you never used your brain before? No, probably you are not actively using, you are passively using your brain. You are using your brain to remember things only. But now when you start doing research, you are using your brain in an active manner, in the sense that you are starting to question the existing paradigm. Okay, some people have already done some research. Now you are not believing that. So that's where the research starts. No, you start finding out problems in everything. Okay, problems in the sense that oh, okay, the researcher is saying something, but is it so? Is it true? Will it not be? No, will it not have a different answer in a different context? So you are now. Can somebody mute Lakshmi Priya Das? Okay. So now you are becoming critical of everything. Okay, and you are starting to question everything. So there, then only the research starts. Okay. So then when you are reading one article, it's not that you just stop there. It's not a novel. Okay, novel means you are doing it for a pleasure. Okay, you are reading that article for or book or novel for pleasure. But in a research, now since you are doing a quest for the truth, you are questioning that article also. You are thinking, no, you read the article, now close your eyes and think about that article, what the author has said. So we have to think about the objective the researcher has taken, the data set that author had used, the time period he or she had covered, the context in which the researcher had conducted the survey, the methodology the author has used, and the finding the author has got, and the conclusion he or she has drawn. So you are thinking on all these issues of the article that you read, and you now think critically of everything, on the objective, on the data set the author has used, the context the author has in which the research has been taken up, and similarly the methodology the author has used, and the answer. So there could be different methods also to find an answer to a particular problem. Now, when you start critically thinking on all these issues, you will definitely find out a problem. Okay, in anything, it could be you could find a problem in the methodology, you could find a problem in the data set, you could find a problem in the time period they have covered, you could find a problem in the conceptualization of the problem, you could find a problem in their analysis. Okay, some things definitely there will be some sort of, it's not so by finding a problem you are not rejecting the researcher's contribution. The researcher has contributed definitely, but you are adding to that field. So that is one perception. Okay? That is one finding. Like we have told in the beginning, there are multiple truths in social science research, and you are equal accepting that truth. Okay, so there is one truth, but you are trying to find out another truth. which is equally relevant and correct. So then when you start thinking about the problem, now you have to also think the problem that you want to develop. Okay? And again, when you are trying to find out a research question, you have to also think about the methodology, the data set that you will be using, the context in which you will be trying to answer your research questions, all these things. So ultimately, when you think about the research questions, now you are thinking about the variable that you are thinking of. So unless and until you are able to think about the variable or the indicator, you are not clear on your research question. Okay, because research question, could be, say for example, the example that I gave, that we say that when the income increases, the consumption expenditure of the people, also increases, but then at a lesser proportion. So this is suppose the research problem. Okay, now you want to empirical verify this. Now how will you do this? So you have to think about the data or the indicator that you are thinking of. That means you will be thinking about clearly two indicators. One is that the income of an individual. So it could be monthly income, it could be annual income. Now when you think about income, again you will be thinking whether you will simply look at the income or you will look at the wealth. Similarly, when we say income, whether you will say look at the permanent income or the transitory income, all those things, okay, you will be looking at. All those issues will again come up to your mind. Then second part will be that consumption expenditure. Now, when you think about the consumption expenditure, how to quantify this consumption expenditure? Whether you will look at only the food expenditure, you will take the expenditure on education, health, if at all, then how will you get this data? Okay, whether you will do a survey or you will be using the secondary data. If secondary data, what is the source of the data? All those things you have to think of. Now, okay, you thought that, okay, you have found out the research question. You could also think about the variable. Now data is not available. Okay, so then you cannot do anything. Now suppose you will try to find out an answer, the experience of a human being after taking poison. I'm just putting a very hypothetical case. The experience of a person after taking poison, probably you will not get any data because the person might have died after taking, the poison. So in such a research problem, you will not get any data. Okay? And so you cannot do conduct the research. But that will be a very interesting problem. You might have thought of, okay, that I want to collect the data from the people who have taken poison and the experience of the people after taking poison. Now, okay, this is a good research problem, but you will not be able to collect any data, and then your research problem stops there. Okay, then so now how to do this? So that's why when you are thinking about the problem, research question, you are thinking about the exact variable. Okay, unless and until you get that variable, you have not found out your research problem. A research question is not very clear. Okay, and so that takes quite a lot of time. Okay, in fact, it so happens that you are reading quite a lot of research articles, and after that you are taking a pause. In fact, you can take 1 day or 2 days, even multiple days. You think about that article, okay, and then think about the limitations of that article, and then you are thinking about problem. But then again, you are coming up to the research question and the indicators or the variables that you will be looking at, and then how will you get the data? Why will you get the data? If you do not get, you change your topic, you go to next research problem. Okay, so it's not that all the time whatever we think we are able to do that. Okay, and so again, when you are thinking about a research question, there are two ways you can address. You can do a theoretical research and you can do an empirical research. Now when I say theoretical research, no, I think most of us have a very wrong notion what is a theoretical research. We say that, say for example, many students say that Indian economy is a theoretical paper. Okay, that's why I don't like that paper. That is a very wrong notion we all have. Okay, Indian economy is not a theoretical paper. Theoretical paper is completely different. Okay? So if you know read say in English and numbers, that doesn't mean that it is a theoretical paper. Okay? We say that mathematical economics is empirical paper, econometrics is empirical paper. No, it's not true. Okay, so theory and empirics are very different things. Okay, when you say theory, no, theory can be written in different ways. it can be written in simple language. So for example, Adam Smith book, it's a theoretical book, okay, but it's a theory only because he had thought about the entire world, and he has conceptualized how the economy is functioning. And that's why he says that no, the famous conclusion of Adam Smith is that if every individual tries to maximize his or her own utility, then the utility of the world or the nation is maximized. Okay, that's what he observed. That's why he says that the weaver who weaves the cloth, the cook who cooks the food, similarly the butcher who again sells meat, they are all trying to maximize their own benefits, and through this process the world's welfare is also maximized. So this is theoretical construct, but there might be a lot of flaws in this argument also. So he has deeply thought about individual behavior, and he has concluded this. But there could multiple criticisms to this also. That's how many other books have been published. So this is theoretical problem, that you are thinking about a problem, but you are trying to find an answer using your logical framework only. Okay, so that logical framework could be expressed in a graphical form, that you are putting different boxes, putting arrows, and then you are explaining that process in your English language. Okay, so you find a lot of theoretical articles. Okay, similarly, the second could be that you are using mathematics. In fact, say for example, theory of public choice. Your theory of public choice is basically the philosophy written in basically your calculus. Okay, simple set theory you are using, and then calculus you are using, and then you are writing your philosophy in that's what Amartya Sen and our famous Odisha economist Prasant Patnaik, they have done huge amount of work. Okay, and in fact for that reason the arrows work, and many theoreticians you have read, so they have not done any or very little empirical research, but with their arguments. So the economists like say Pranav Bardhan, okay, Avinash Dixit, they have done huge amount of theoretical work, and mostly nowadays economics is using a lot of mathematical tools. So you know that we use optimization, and we try to say that, okay, if we believe that, so of course here there is a methodological problem also. Some people may be critical of this, that we assume that every individual is trying to maximize his or her own utility, and thus you are using a mathematical function. Okay, and you are going for optimization, and you are finding out, okay, so this is how this variable will influence the other variable. Okay, and we try to find an answer. So what I am trying to say is that when you found out a research question, you can address this through a theoretical framework, or you can go for empirical research. In fact, there are also people who do only review work. Okay, of course not PhD thesis. PhD thesis cannot be only a review work. You have to have your own contribution, but when you publish paper you can have a review paper that we'll discuss in the review of literature section. So in the first part, okay, I was telling that when you found out a research question, now you have to decide whether you want to do an empirical research or you want to do a theoretical research. And in India, I would say very few institutions are doing theoretical research, except ISI Delhi, or some to some extent Delhi School of Economics, but or to some extent, yeah, ISI Delhi and Delhi School of Economics. Even Delhi School of Economics also, I would say, in the recent days, they are doing all empirical works. So in India, mostly this is empirical work. Other than no, ISI Delhi people do some amount of theoretical work. So they do mathematical modeling, okay, using mathematical equations. They are trying to analyze the human behavior, or say the societal response, the relationship between different economic agents within the society. So they are trying to establish the relation with mathematical things. Okay, so that is one part. But most of us, or most of the research institutes in India are doing empirical research, because probably our training is like that. Of course, if you are good at mathematical economics, okay, and mathematics, if you have training in mathematics, then you can also do some good theoretical research. Okay, and so that way you have to read theoretical papers also. So, and you can get into very good journal sites and then download theoretical papers and try to understand how do they write the equations, how do they do the mathematical modeling, so that they do an they do this kind of research. Even yeah, there are many people actually. I did not take the names, but many people have done theoretical research. So, for example, ROG impossibility theorem. Okay, it's simply a theoretical paper. Okay, so you can have your own thesis in that format also. Even our Professor Prasant Patnaik, his work also, was theoretical work for their PhD thesis. But now we are doing think about the mostly you are doing empirical research. Now, when you think about the empirical research, you are looking at the theoretical framework, you are looking at the data that you will be using, the variables that you will be using, and the methodology that you will be using. Suppose now the tools that you will be using, it could be sometimes econometrics, it may use, you may not use econometrics. Now I don't know whether there are people from other fields like anthropology or anything. In that case, your methodology would be different altogether. You need not use the way economists use the data, because anthropology people will be doing a in-depth case study. They'll be staying with people and observing things, and they'll be verifying a lot of facts, and that's how they'll be trying to explain the problem in a very different way altogether. But whatever it is, you are definitely becoming very clear about the indicator, the variables that you are thinking about. And once you become clear on that, then your research problem is clear. And then, okay, once you think about the question, then you are thinking about the data set that you'll be using, the methodology that you'll be using. Then again, whether you'll be using econometrics or not, that doesn't matter. Without using econometrics also, people are publishing very good articles with simple percentage. Because in fact, I have heard that Professor K.N. Raj, yeah, Professor K.N. Raj is very famous economist. You might have heard his name at least. He was the economic advisor to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru when he was only 26 years old. Okay, first prime minister, and his economic advisor was K.N. Raj at age of 26 only. So he was such a great economist. He was director of Delhi School of Economics, he was vice chancellor of JNU, and he's the founder of CDS. Okay? And where I did my MPhil and PhD, people say that he did not use econometrics at all. Never. He has never used econometrics. Or probably people say he did not probably know econometrics. But he was such a great economist. Okay? And there are many old economists who have never used any econometrics, but the thesis that they have produced are masterpieces. Okay, Ken's contribution to national income accounting is great, and but still they did not use any econometrics. Okay, so it's not that you have to use econometrics all the time, particularly for the people in economics. I'm telling, because once you are using econometrics nowadays, what is happening? Without understanding much of econometrics, we use the tool, and we basically, instead of using this, we are abusing or misusing econometrics in our thesis. Okay, and so ultimately what happens in the thesis, there will be a dissertation or a paper. People will be writing this. Okay, I did that. Okay, and I found. So conclusion is just one line. Okay, so that is not thesis. So in a thesis, once you could find out the research problem that you are thinking deeply, you have to find out the theoretical framework also. So a good research is that which has a good research question, and and a sound theoretical framework, and and sound empirical method, and sound methodology also, and then your good interpretation of the findings. Okay? That is a good research. But most of the time, people miss that theoretical framework. And remember, if you do not have a good theoretical framework, I would say your thesis is incomplete. It is not a thesis at all. Thesis means what? Like Chitra sir told in the beginning that we say PhD thesis. Thesis means you are adding to the existing knowledge. You are giving some new knowledge, okay? And you are taking a position also. Okay, that this is what is my contribution. Okay, I think like this, or I try to find an answer to the problem like this. So a good thesis means you are having a good research question, you are having a good conceptual framework. In fact, your conceptual framework will make your objectives methodology very clear. in a conceptual framework what you are doing, or in a theoretical framework what you are trying to do, you are establishing the relationship between variables. Okay, so for example, again the example that I was taking, that when your income increases, your consumption expenditure also increases, but at a lesser proportion. Now, why this happens? Why people's consumption expenditure increase, but it does not increase at the rate it, at which income is increasing. So suppose when somebody's income increases from say 50,000 per month to 1 lakh, it doesn't mean that he will eat more food. Food consumption would remain same. Of course, your calorie consumption may increase. You may earlier eat, say, say less quality rice and less quality dal or other products. But when you have better income, you will all buy the best quality things available in the market. But your quantity consumption doesn't increase. So in that, your consumption increases, but expenditure increases, but not a lesser proportion. So you are trying to explain this through your conceptual framework, why your consumption expenditure increases but at a lesser proportion. So in all those theories, anything that you get, similarly environmental problems, energy, anything that you think about, unemployment. So you have to get deep into the problem and you have to think about the conceptual framework or the theoretical framework. Now through that framework, okay, so again to develop the theoretical framework, you have to do a proper review of literature. Again, I will come to review of literature after some time. Now okay, so you have find out your objective, then you have done good review of literature, and then you have developed a good conceptual framework. Now, from your conceptual framework, your variables become also very clear. Your methodology becomes very clear. How you want to establish the relationship, okay, and then you go for empirical verification. Whether you will be using simple statistics, okay, and whether you'll be using econometrics or using mathematical modeling, and that use that. And again, after doing the analysis, you are trying to again interpret things very clearly. Remember that in a thesis, you are not going to find out answer for all the problems available in the society. You are trying to find an answer for a very tiny little problem. So never draw conclusions which you have never done on your thesis. Okay, so draw conclusion only on which you have worked on. Okay, so uh, that way you have to be very careful also, that, and that's why your conclusion also will become very clear if your conceptual framework has become very clear. If your conceptual framework is not clear, you cannot have also the correct interpretation. Okay, your data, all the relationship establishment conclusion will go in a very wrong direction. So let's say you should always think about a conceptual framework. Now, what is a conceptual framework? You have to again read a lot of articles, and of course I have told you that conceptual framework is basically can be done through pictorial ways, like you are establishing a relationship between different variables, or you can do mathematical modeling, or you can write simple English. I don't know whether anyone of you has seen the book, say, of John Rawls, The Theory of Justice, or say Amartya Sen's book of Idea of Justice. In fact, today I was thinking a little bit about a problem, particularly when it comes to the affirmative action, okay, or say reservation issues, to put it very clearly in front of you. Reservation is a very controversial issue. When somebody starts speaking, people will just become violent sometimes. They lose the cool. No, but if you read Amartya Sen's book, he has, and I'm not getting into that problem, but they have given a theoretical answer to all these problems available in the society. Basically, how we can ensure justice in the society, but that has a theoretical answer altogether. Economic justice, social justice, political justice, that can have a theoretical answer to it. So yeah, that is actually conceptual framework, and then your if you have a good conceptual framework, that's I'm telling again. When you are reading a paper, you should read the papers from the best journals available in that discipline. Never be satisfied with anything that you could get from internet. No, nowadays internet is full of rubbish things. Yeah, I would say, although it sounds very harsh, but then it's full of so many unwanted things which should not be available in the internet. So if you just pick up any article, then you are not going to grow. So my suggestion for all of you would be that you try to read an article from the best journal in the discipline. So the advantage of reading an article from one of the best journals in that discipline is that you'll first of all get to know the knowledge in the frontier in that discipline. What is the current research happening around the world? First of all, you will get to know that. Second, you will understand how they write very good English. So even today, I am learning how to write good English. Today also, I am learning how to speak good English. I cannot speak English like Shashi Tharoor, definitely. Okay. Similarly, I cannot write English like Amartya Sen. Okay. But I am trying to learn. Okay. And I am doing that by reading good articles from good journals. Okay. And so that's why you will find that in the best journals, they define the research problem very clearly. When they use the econometrics, they explain every step very clearly, very systematically. There will be very strong, very clear conceptual framework. And from there, so many advantages of reading a good article. So if you are not aware what is the best journal available in that discipline, you can go to your teacher. Okay? Because I cannot give you answer. No, for there are so many disciplines, and in every discipline there are hundreds of journals. Okay, so and nowadays so many publishing houses have come up. So you have to ask your teacher, and or you can do Google search. Now it is Google is the best god. Okay, in fact Google is god now. So Google knows everything. Okay, so you can do a Google search of the best journal available in that discipline. But still, if you have confusion, go to your teacher and ask them, sir, what is the best journal available in this discipline? And or you talk to your friends. And so many there are so many Facebook groups, okay, YouTube groups. You put your question, and you Twitter, Facebook. So many platforms are there. You use that for getting this best journal. So never be satisfied, okay, with no say low grade journal. I'm saying using the word low grade journals because after this APR and things came, so many low grade journals have come up. They just publish anything. You just have to write something and then they publish. Okay, so I'm not talking about the elitism in the research field, but I'm talking about the reality that if you want to really grow, then always aim for the best. See, you may not be able to do that. That is a different thing. You may not be able to understand also sometimes. The best journals, they write very tough English. In fact, I remember when I was doing my MPhil, it was an adventure essentially for me. When I started reading, say, John Rawls' book, it's simple English. There is no mathematical equation. But to complete one page, I used to sit the full day in the library. Okay, because I cannot understand simple English, but it is very difficult to digest what the author wants to say, what the author wants to communicate. So you have to read one sentence and take a pause, think what the author is trying to say. But then that helps you to think through the problem very clearly. Okay? And so as a researcher, you can grow. And in fact, again, now see in leading institutes, the research culture is very good, but in many places also I know that people try to do some predatory research, I would say. Okay, that means somehow they want to get a degree, and if that is the objective, never get into research. I would say research is PhD is not required at all in everybody's life. Okay, now if you want to get a PhD degree, you have to be truthful to that degree. Okay? And see, the degree is that it's a doctorate in philosophy. That means you are becoming a philosopher in that field. Okay, you are thinking very deep into the problem. That's why it's philosophy that we are saying, doctorate in philosophy. So if you are not willing to do the justice, never get into doing PhD. No, you can tell honestly, no, I don't have the capability. And it's not that you are not good. See, people do not have PhD doesn't mean that they don't have knowledge. See, there are very good people, who have expertise in different fields. But if you are coming into the PhD, it is the highest academic degree, that you are going to get. But so you have to be, truthful to that degree, and that's why when you are using the data or the literature, be truthful. So you read it again and again, and never manipulate the data. That simple some suggestions I am giving to all of you. Data, you have to maintain the purity of the data, the sanctity of the data. Whatever you got from the field is final. So suppose you have made a hypothesis, and after analyzing the data, you did not get the result what you were expecting. That is perfectly fine. You made a hypothesis, but your result gives you no a different finding. That is perfectly fine. You don't have to do anything. But I know some people try to manipulate the data. That since you have made a hypothesis, you somehow you want to make the data say what you wanted to say. No, that is completely wrong, unethical, and by doing that, you are not really questioning. No, you are not doing a quest for your truth. Okay, so okay, what you can do is that you can use the existing methodologies available to treat the data in a respectable manner, but in a scientific manner. Okay, so don't manipulate the data. No, sometimes people even alter the data completely because they did not get the result what they wanted to. But no, that is unacceptable, completely unacceptable. So even if okay, so you are using different methods and you are treating the data in a scientific manner. No, why I'm using the word treating the data in a scientific method? See, suppose when you are using secondary data now, and you are using econometrics. Now, econometrics says that your data has to be normally distributed, and most of the data in real life is not normally distributed. So unless and until you bring the data into a normal distribution, you cannot use econometrics. And if you are using, then you will get all wrong conclusions. So that is a scientific way of treating the data. You are transforming the data. So it is not manipulation. You are transforming the data to come to a normal distribution. Like it could be logarithm transformation, it could be power transformation, it could be dropping the extreme observations, and so on. So look at the data, open the data set in Excel sheet and observe the data. Spend 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 1 month, doesn't matter. Okay. But never manipulate the data. So transformation is different from manipulation. Okay. So transformation, the way I told that you are trying to transform the data into normal distribution, and that is acceptable. But dropping some data, changing the data is not acceptable. Similarly, dropping extreme observation is acceptable because your extreme observations might be influencing your results. So that is all fine. But so it is scientifically you are treating the data and concluding, you are drawing the conclusions. Okay, so I think I have made some sense how to do basically how to find out the research question. So it's not easy. I took almost 45 minutes to tell you that how to find out a problem. So sometimes it takes 1 year to find out a researchable question. So you should not worry at all if you did not get the researchable question in a day or 1 month. Yeah, in fact, after joining PhD, sometimes people will take 1 year. Okay, because why I'm telling 1 year, but of course you are finding out the broad area of research. Okay, so you found out broad area of research, that's why you are getting into the discipline, and then you have chosen the guide also, and after that you are doing review of literature. And when you are doing review of literature, you are not doing simple reading like novel, you are doing critical thinking. And I told that you have to take a pause and think. Sometimes one article you have to read 5 times, 10 times, and think again and again, because you found that article very interesting. Okay, and you are trying to find out a related problem to that article. So you have to read 10 times, and even 20 times, 50 times, doesn't matter. Sometimes people sleep with one article for months. Okay, because they are trying to understand one article, one sentence, one methodology. Okay, so that's why to find out a researchable question. And once you find out the research question, it doesn't take much time. Okay, and when I'm saying researchable question, you have become very clear on the data that you are going to use. You have become very clear on the method that you are going to use and the conceptual framework that you are going to use. So then if all these things are clear, it will take another 1 to 2 years to finish the work. Okay. So that's how a research problem is taken up and research is done. Now with this, I will take a break in the sense that we'll break for questions. Okay, and then after that, after taking maybe 10 minutes, you can spend for some questions or comments, and then we can come to review of literature, how to do review of literature. Yes. So now the floor is open. Either you can use the chat box, or let me see whether there are some questions in the chat box. Or if you want to unmute and speak, that is also okay. Did I make some sense to all of you? Okay, I don't see any questions in the chat box. But anyway, I'm waiting for 5 to 10 minutes for questions. And if there will be no questions, we'll go for discussing review.
Sir,
Yes.
I think if they have questions, I have already written in the chat box. If any question or any doubt they have, they can text it, and at the end of the discussion, we can have discussion about the questions or doubts.
Okay. So,
All are
no,
requested to text their doubts or questions in the chat box, and after the in the end of the discussion of the first session, we will have discussion about the question answers.
no question.
Till now, no questions are there.
Okay.
So please write your questions or doubts if you have.
Yeah, you still have 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm just putting off my camera for 5 minutes, and then you think, no, and then we'll come back to river literature.
The scholars who have started working and
Yes.
who are trying to structure their proposal, find out the research problem, and they might be encountering some kind of a problem, some kind of difficulty. I hope this is the right platform to ask a scholar like Dr. Amarendra Das, who has a vast experience, simultaneously field level expertise. So you can open up if you are having any problem. So simply listening will be boredom at a point in time. So it will also break the boredom of others. So come on with your questions, friends. Your own problem. Where do you struggle?
So, Lilar Rani Raut is asking what is research. Okay. No, it is research. Okay. Now, in simple term, no, okay, I'm saying that it is research. It means I told you that research is basically seeking for the truth. Okay. Now, seeking for the truth is what? No, as if no. Okay. Let me explain, taking again some examples. Now, in general, be it newspaper or our general perception, does not give us the truth, okay, true answer to a particular problem. Okay. No, an example I use very often is this: that if you ask individuals uh, that whether the consumerism has increased in the present society or not, okay, everyone would say yes, definitely the consumerism has increased, okay, in the recent years. Now, as a student of economics, now if you have to answer this question, or you have to empirically verify this problem, whether the consumerism has increased in recent years or decades compared to the time, say, during independence, how will you answer this question? Okay, one very simple way or materialistic way of quantifying consumerism would be that how much you are spending on your expenditure and how much you are saving. Okay, suppose I'm just giving one example. Although consumerism would have very different definition altogether, but I would say that okay, now people are spending too much. Their saving is not they're not giving importance to saving, and so that's how consumerism has increased. Okay? People would draw conclusions. But then, if you try to verify this fact, now what has happened to our savings in our country, whether saving rates have gone up or gone down, then you would say that answer is that saving rates have gone up, okay, compared to during India's independence time and now the saving rates have gone up. And to give some examples, during independence time, our consumption rate, our saving rate was around 11%. Okay, and at present, our saving rates are more than 30%. Okay. In fact, our gross fixed investment rates had, or even saving rates had touched almost 40%. Okay, of course, at present, saving rates are also more than that. If I, of course, we do not have very recent data, but saving rates would be something like 35, 36%, and investment rates had reached 41%. So that means when you say that your consumerism has gone up, and but when you look at your consumption expenditure and savings, your saving data is saying something. So you found some different answer to this. Okay, similarly, again, I can give example of my say own PhD thesis. Now, if you have to ask this question, that between public sector and private sector, who is more efficient? You will have a general conclusion that uh, that private sector is efficient all the time, because we have this notion all the time. But that is a very wrong answer altogether. Okay, if you do empirical verification, we have a very different answer. In newspapers, in common discussion, we all have this argument that private sector is all the time efficient and public sector is all the time inefficient. Yeah, so this is general notion. But a researcher will try to find an answer. Okay, if you are saying that public sector is efficient or inefficient, in which sector and in which time period? Remember, in India, public sectors have generated the surplus for reinvestment and all the growth that we have achieved till 1970s. From independence till 70s, almost for 3 decades. Okay, we found that the public sectors were making a lot of profit, and with that profit we have reinvested and expanded our industrial base. So then the general notion that public sector is bad is wrong. Even in the present time, there are so many public sectors which are making very good profit, and private sector is making a lot of loss. Look at the discoms, power distribution companies. Power distribution companies, or for that reason, presence of public sector in any kind of public utilities, no, they never make profit. They make lot of losses, and they can make profit only by manipulating the debt, say reports, the financial accounts. So, so this is actually research that, okay, generally we make a sweeping statement, but a researcher would get deep into the problem. That okay, you are saying public sector is bad, but is it so? Is it true? Okay, so look at the quality of education. No, we think that the education available in the public sector is all the time bad. The healthcare available in the public sector is all the time bad. But this is a very wrong perception, and this is a very misleading conclusion. So, as a researcher, you cannot make such a statement at all. This is a very irresponsible statement, I would say. So, when you are saying this, you have to think about the context, okay, in which you are making this statement. So, for example, very recently, I had to go to AIMS, of course, not for me, for my father. And the service that we availed in AIMS Bhubaneswar, I thought that this is the way hospital should be. Okay. And so, no, so AIMS is a public sector hospital. Now, think about all the public sector universities. Do you think that all public sector universities are bad? Do you think that all the public schools are bad? No. So then how do you make this such a statement that no public sector is bad all the time? Okay, so as a researcher, we are getting deep into the problem. So whatever say media people present is not true. Whatever we have general notion, that is also not true. So what is research? Research is basically finding out the truth. Okay, and you are that's why getting deep into the problem. So search, research. Okay, that's why it is called research. Okay, again and again you are searching for the truth. So then,
Amarendra, it is nice to see so many good questions in the chat
okay.
box.
Yeah, so now
So
I'm
please
getting to other.
have a look there. So I am willing to add one more point, if you permit, to your answer, explanation. Challenging the conventional wisdom, that is also a part and parcel of research. So how to find a research problem? So we should not always go by the conventional wisdom. Sometimes, so many economic students are here. I am also finding an example from economics. So there is a theory which says that your saving is inversely, is directly related to rate of interest. Rate of interest goes up, saving will also go up. But in some Indian context, it is seen that the opposite happens. people need a fixed amount of income to earn their livelihood, to sustain their livelihood. Suppose I need 20,000 rupees per month to sustain my family expenses, and my earning, my maintenance depends upon interest income. So if I put a stipulated amount, I get the 20,000. But once the rate of interest goes down, I may need more amount to put in bank account or somewhere else so that I will get the amount intact. It is also happening in some cases that the hypothesis is found a contradiction in application. So always conventional wisdom may not help. What happens to pensioners? So they depend upon that interest earning. They are not working, they are not to work after 65 years or 70 years. So they are pooled amount that will earn their livelihood. So when we are modeling the livelihood of pensioners or retired people, then we have to revisit the theory. So therefore, challenging or revisiting, I'm not saying challenging, revisiting the conventional wisdom, as Amrindra has rightly told, of what comes in the media may not be the truth. So finding the truth, that should be our quest as a researcher. So that's why it is very important, but I hope Dr. Amrindra has seen the chat box. So many good questions are there.
Yes.
Students, you open up yourself through chat box or you can unmute. Everything is permissible to you. Any question is a relevant question. Any question.
Remember, questions are never stupid. But if you don't ask in question, you are stupid. Okay. So questions can be very, ridiculous, but those are all important. Okay? So questions are never stupid. Okay. So going to the second question by what is about a good journal in economics which will be helpful. I told that there are so many disciplines. Okay, and then what is best journal? So, for example, no, we always consider that say American Economic Review, then Journal of Economic Literature, Journal of Economic Perspective, okay, American say Journal of Agriculture Economics. So these are all American journals. But then there are so many other journals. So that's why I did not tell any journal's name. But then I would say that look at the publisher who is publishing this. So, for example, American Economic Journals is published by American Economic Association. But other than that, we have publishers like Elsevier, Sage, Routledge. So these are the established journals, okay, established publishing houses. Of course, recently these publishing houses have started also publishing so many journals which are not that great, but still those have standard, I would say. If established journal publishing houses are publishing, they're definitely good journals because they maintain some quality standard. Okay, so you can go through that. Okay, but you can also do a Google search. So, for example, in energy economics, what are the top 10 journals available in that? What are the top 10 journals in environmental economics? What are the top 10 journals in field of employment? What are the top 10 journals in say, theoretical economics? So, like this. Okay, for everything, similarly for institutional economics, okay, for everything, for industrial economics and for behavioral economics, for every discipline there are very good journals and you saw. So that's why I'm not making a list of that now. Now coming to next question by Kaivalya, what is the role of the reality checks that one needs to go through before stepping into doing the research work? By reality checks, I mean the constraint of time, funding, availability of data. Yes, this is in fact a very good important question. And for this, no, my simple answer would be that be very pragmatic while thinking about your research topic. And when you do your thesis, you should understand that your thesis may not get Nobel Prize. Okay, it may get Nobel Prize. I should not rule out the chance, but most likely it is not going to get Nobel Prize. If you are outstanding, you may have the chance of getting Nobel Prize, but you can always think that okay, so I need not spend so much of time because it will give me so many millions of dollars. Okay, so that way you need not spend beyond a certain time. And what is the ideal time for a PhD thesis? Ideal time should be 4 years. Maximum you can add 5 years, one more year, five. If it is exceeding 5 years, then you are damaging yourself. because you should remember the opportunity cost of your time that you have studied. If you are getting scholarship even 30,000, 35,000 JRF, that is now 35,000, that is not your opportunity cost. If you become assistant professor, you will get 80,000 rupees. That means if you are spending one extra year, then you are losing 80,000 into 12. So you have to find an optimality. Like in economics, we all study optimization. That we cannot find the best of anything. Okay? We never maximize things. We always optimize. Okay, so if you try to maximize things, then there is unlimited. No, you can go on maximizing. So we have a constant, and that those constants are your time and the funding that you have. Suppose you are trying to do a field survey. Now, see, doing a survey throughout the country will give you the best thing, like NSSO does. National Sample Survey does a survey and provides us data, and they survey about 95,000 to 1 lakh households. Now, can you do this? If you can do that, no, it will be a very representative sample. But you cannot do that. You don't have that resource, so you need not worry about that. No, you can think of surveying say 400, 500 households, and so that up to 6 months time you can spend in doing a survey. So maximum that much. But if you get funding, if you can hire students, that is all fine. Similarly, sometimes you have contingency grant, you have scholarships. Now, if you think that I can spare part of my say PhD scholarship and contingency for appointing researchers, the surveyors, that is all fine. But I would suggest that during PhD time, you should do your own survey. Don't hire students, because it is the way you can learn many things. In fact, when you go to field, you learn so many things. Okay, so at PhD level, I would not suggest using hiring services for so many things. In fact, nowadays people are also hiring service for analyzing data. Okay, so that then you are not doing thesis. And again, remember, PhD thesis or PhD degree simply is given for for your ability to do independent research. If somebody has completed PhD or has a doctorate, it simply implies that you have a certificate which says that you are competent to do or carry out independent research. Even your findings of the thesis is not important, since your data set is limited. You might have a very biased sample sometimes. Of course, you should take enough care to have a non-biased sample, but since it is region specific, you cannot do a survey throughout the country. You are doing it only say within your own state or a few states. So your sample might not be reflecting all the diversity, but that is all perfectly fine. So that your finding is also not so important. Then what is important in your thesis? In your thesis, it is very important that you have learned how to choose a research topic, how to do review of literature, how to do data collection, how to do data analysis, how to interpret the data. That is important. If you have acquired those skills during your PhD work, then it doesn't matter what analysis, what findings you have got, what conclusion you have done. In fact, after a few years of your PhD work, you may find sometimes that whatever I had done is probably not relevant today. Okay, I would have done a better thesis work. And if you are not able to do that, then you are also probably not growing in your research field. So yes, so you have to definitely take care of this. That can I execute this within say 4 years time? So you should all target for submitting a thesis within 4 years. So 1 year goes for review of literature and finding out researchable question, objectives, methodology, and all that. And next 2 years goes for thesis writing, and 1 year you have to give out of that 6 months for your guide to read your thesis and revision. And so that's a 1 year for revision and submission of thesis. So that means 1 year for research proposal, objective finding out the objective methodology, 2 years for all analysis, data collection, everything, writing also, and final year for revising the thesis. It takes a lot of time to do the English check, language checks, and putting it in a systematic format. The introduction and conclusion is written at the end. So I don't think that you should write introduction and conclusion in the beginning. Okay. After writing everything, once you finalize your objectives, methodology, and analysis, then you can write your introduction and conclusion. So those are head and tail are added at the end. but the bottom of your body, sorry, your middle part of the thesis, that is your framework. So first you should write the framework chapter, review of literature chapter. Then you should write your say the framework chapter, because it follows. If you have done a good review of literature, then you can also have a good theoretical framework. Then your objectives, methodology, analysis, and then introduction, conclusion at the end. Okay, then goes to Sabnam. Yes, sir. Discuss about varieties of open access journals. Again, do a Google search. I am not going to give you a list, but even within same journal, you will find a few articles open access and a few articles do not have open access. Amit, but having saving rates could have increased commensurate with rise in income. Yes, that's actually we are talking about the rates. We are not talking about the gross. So general people would conclude. See, remember, for Amit's question, in research, never compare the absolute numbers. It doesn't make any sense. So you have to standardize the absolute numbers to make a comparison. Now if somebody is saying, okay, I have 5 lakh rupees saving, other person has 500 rupees saving, you have to look at the income, how much I am earning, how other person is earning. So you are standardizing your saving with your income, then it is comparable. Okay, so you are looking at the percentage. Then Ranjulata, what are the basic points which we must be careful before write theoretical framework of any topic? For that, no, I would say that you do an extensive review of literature, and again, think. My guide used to tell only two words: think. Okay, all the time he used to tell me this only thing. So again, I am also telling this thing to all, that you think, you read an article, and you think very critically. Okay? So during your PhD time, you only do that thinking, and if you can think clearly, you can do very good research. Just like it is said that the wars are fought in your mind, not in the battleground. Okay. Similarly, your thesis research is not done in thesis; it is done in your mind, from mental framework. So if you can think about a problem very clearly, then you can have a very good paper. Okay. So that is what I would suggest. And then Buddha says how to find a research gap in which I sometimes find very difficult. Uh, so I told you that no, after reading a lot of articles, you find in the conclusion of the article, they say that issues for further research that you can directly take up. For that you have to understand also the author's suggestion, what the author is saying, that what are the issues for further research. So you have to read again more and more. And also remember that if something somebody has already done, it doesn't mean that you cannot do research in that field. You can still do that, but you have to justify your work saying that somebody else has done, but I want to verify in a different context. Sometimes people do that. Okay, this is true in American context, but is it true in Indian context? So, for example, the structural transformation hypothesis of Kuznets is true in developed countries case, but it is not true in Indian case or in developing country case. Kuznets said that all economies would transit through the following steps. Initially, they would have the highest contribution of agriculture, then the share of manufacturing sector would increase, agriculture's contribution would go down, and then at the end, service sector's contribution would be the highest. But if you look at all the developing countries, including India, then India has missed the second stage. We did not go to the manufacturing thing. Our agriculture's contribution was highest initially, and then we directly moved towards service sector. Now service sector is dominating. We did not see a stage in which manufacturing remains the dominant sector. But interestingly, it is now so happening that after the growth of the service sector, now the growth of the manufacturing sector is happening. So it's a different altogether. So if even if Kuznets has given a hypothesis, you can still work on it. Okay, but you have to justify that you are doing it in a different context. Context could be physical, context could be time period, context could be data set, context could be different methodology. You can say that. In fact, if you would remember, again in international trade theories, you talk about Leontief paradox. Okay, then in Leontief paradox, you say that, okay, Leontief said that there is a paradox to the explanation that is given. to the comparative advantage theory. But then people have also justified actually that why this paradox is reality. Okay, so uh, you have to think deep into the problem. What is the methodology? Why actually you find this? So you can still work on this. Okay, then comes how to find out a good research question from the review of literature. I mean, the trick, there is no simple trick, Anjulata. You have to read again and again and think. That's why I told that you have to use your brain now. Okay, and start thinking about the problem. And like I told you that you are now becoming critical of the ordinary things. Okay, but generally people think might not be true. So in fact, again I tell this very lightly that जो दिखता है वो होता नहीं and जो होता है वो दिखता नहीं. Okay, that is a dialogue of Tare Jamin Par movie. Okay, that small kid tells in the classroom. Then the teacher basically laughs at that. But that is what is research. Whatever we see on the surface might not be true, and the truth might not be be seen to the all. In fact, I would give one example. Some time ago, I had written an article in Odia newspaper for a fighting between the center and the state. Okay, that our state government complained that the center is not giving kerosene to the state, Odisha. And then I try to verify what is the reality. So in the media, the debate is going on, very very strong debate. No political opposition, ruling party, they are coming and discussing that no, center is not giving enough kerosene, center is not giving enough fertilizer to us. Then when you look at the data, you find a different picture altogether, because the media people don't understand NSS data. They cannot even extract the NSS data. Forget about interpreting them. So then truth is something different, but truth never comes to the surface. In media, whatever you read, it is said that if you don't read newspaper, you are uninformed, and if you read newspapers, you are misinformed. So as a researcher, it is better to be misinformed and you try to get the correct information. In fact, whenever I write something in newspaper, I get really fed up with popular debates in media, and that's why I write something. I do get into the problem. I analyze some data and write something. Okay, like I told that the debates on kerosene distribution between center and state, I had written because the discussion that happened in media was wrong. So I had to look at the data and write something. Okay, then comes to for this interview, my question is how to select samples for the research study. I think sampling part, I think other people will probably take it up. I'm not going to discuss now. And then Amit says it's a global grant scheme. Institutions in the same city are encouraged to share resources, equipments with other colleges. Is happening now. Nice, right? When is this taking place? Sharing things again. I am not going to answer this now. While choosing a good journal, should impact factor be considered as one of the criteria? Which while choosing, okay, impact factor, yes, definitely it is one of the indicators. But then suppose some new journal has come up in a field, then impact factor might not be so high. Even within the established journals, you will find in a particular field impact factor is much higher than the other. Why actually this happens? Now suppose in a particular discipline there are very few journals, and and there's one good journal, then there could be very high impact factor of that particular journal. Okay, so not necessarily impact factor, but look at the publishing houses, the year of say the starting of that publication. So there are so many journals which are very old. In fact, say from early 90s they had started. Okay, so the so those actually could be probably. So that's why I told that just search in Google that what are the top 10 journals in a particular discipline. And ask about choosing and identifying the relevant variables. That is how can we choose or identify relevant variables, because there are so many variables simultaneously affects particular things. Yes, that's why I told you that if you do a systematic review of literature, from that you will find that how different authors have approached the problem from different dimensions. So when you say different dimensions, that actually talks about different variables. So one say factor could be influenced by so many other factors. And how to know those factors? You can know those factors if you do review literature, because in one particular article, one author might have dealt with in depthly with one variable only or two variables. So we say that no, that this is the explanatory variable and others are control variables. Okay, we say. So we try to say that, so for example, no, say recently, suppose I am doing a research that during COVID-19, who lost income the most? Okay, so I have so many other variables, but then my objective was say to simply prove whether to answer this question, whether the rich people lost more income or the poor people lost the income. But doesn't mean that other variables do not have. So similarly, I have other hypotheses like whether people living in the red zone were affected the most, whether the people who had contractual jobs had the highest loss of income. There's so many other things. But my main objective is to see whether the rich people suffered more income loss or the poor people suffered more income. So that is my focus. Similarly, somebody else might have seen something else, whether the casual workers lost more income. So when you do review of literature, you get all these dimensions from different authors, and all that variable you can put together in your review of literature. So after surveying, say, 100 literature, 100 articles in your field, minimum in a PhD thesis, you should review at least, I would say, 150 to 200 articles. Okay, 100 is a very small number, I am telling. Otherwise, you will not get to know other things. So after reviewing that, you will get to know so many dimensions that this variable could be influenced by so many other variables. And then you are bringing that, with that you are conceptual doing the theoretical framework that this variable could be influenced by so many other variables and in this manner. How to develop a good conceptual framework? Again, review of literature and establishing the relationship. Okay, like how you have to think deep into the problem. That okay, that is just like COVID example. I'm telling that okay, income, can it be affected simply because somebody is rich and somebody is poor? Whether it is the nature of the work, whether the region, urban or rural. So similarly, there will be so many other dimensions that you would get from review of literature. So that you are able to do through systematic review of literature. Yeah. So,
I
okay.
think, sir,
So now
no,
this
we are
makes a
running
very strong
shortage of
case
time.
for
It
this.
is already
Yes.
10:40. So,
Yes.
so one thing I can say, by the time I am compiling all the questions, and now we can have discussion about review of literature,
Literature.
and after that we will discuss all the questions. By
Yes.
that time I will compile all of them.
Yes. Anyway, now we have covered all questions. Now we are going to discuss review of literature. Now, what is how is review? Okay, my students are there directly, so for them it will be repetition, but for others, this is fine. Now, how to do a review of literature? So you have to first of all you have to download so many articles. Okay, or first you get one article, the recent one and the most relevant to your research question or the broad research area you have thought of. Now, once you find one good article, now in that article you will find so many references, and while reading that article also you will find in text citation. Okay? That means the author has cited so many other works within that, and you will find in the review of literature of a particular research article, the author has given only the key finding, but you would like to know how the author has come up with this conclusion. So you would like to go back to that original article. Okay? And remember, if you do not go to the original article, you will never get the original idea. So, for example, I will give one example. We all have probably read in economics the Peacock-Weismann hypothesis, the Wagner's law, Peacock-Weismann hypothesis. As a student, also I had read from the textbooks available. But when I became a teacher, I read the original book of Peacock-Weismann on theory of public expenditure. It's a big volume. In fact, I think there are two volumes probably on Theory of Public Expenditure, and hundreds of pages. One book only. It talks about only this Pico Wiseman. And when I read that book, I had much more clarity what really Pico Wiseman wanted to say. Similarly, people who talk about Keynes, sometimes people say that people have misinterpreted Keynes. Okay. Similarly, some people also say that people have misinterpreted even father of economics, Adam Smith. Sometimes people also say that people have misinterpreted even Marx. Why this misinterpretation happens? If you do not read the original reference or article of the book, then you will definitely make a wrong conclusion. Okay, so it is always better you read the original author's work, then only you will get to know. So you found one article, good article, and from that you are going to the reference list and you are going back to all the reference articles. And similarly, while reading one article, you will find you don't understand the methodology, the equations that they have written, you don't understand. The language they use, the words that they use, you don't understand. Now, to understand those words, you have to read another article. Okay, because that word might have been explained in a different. So, for example, we use the word say surplus labor or say reserve army of laborers. Now, to understand this word, what is say reserved army of the laborers, you have to read the original reference. Who had said this? Okay. So let's say we use the vote bank politics word in sociology, suppose. Now, who said this vote bank policy altogether? We need to go back to that author. So for such concepts, actually, we have to read sometimes a book to just understand that concept. Okay. So then once we so one article you found, then you are going back to the references cited in that article, and then you are reading also different other books and articles for your for understanding of the concept. Similar methodology, you do not know. Even say, for example, the author might have used a box plot in a paper. You find that author has used a box plot. Now, what is a box plot? You do not know. So you have to read a statistics book, good statistics book. Again, reading statistics book is not sufficient. You have to do again use spaces or strata, and you have to try your own hand how to do a box plot and how the box plot shape changes when you change the data set. Okay, when you do a normal distribution or when you do drop some extreme observation, how the box plot changes. Similarly, what is a scatter plot? You might not have studied that. You might have never done this. Similarly, what is a cross tabulation? You see a table in a research article, but how to do that? So you go back to again data, read a statistics book, how to do a cross tabulation, how to interpret cross tabulation. So many things you have to do altogether. So while doing review of literature, you are reading, collecting so many articles in the related fields, and now in the fast stage, okay, so okay, in the fast stage of doing review of literature, you have to note down everything. You have to make a note, and now, okay, in earlier days, people used to make note in pen and paper. Okay, for every book, they would have a small postcard size of thing. I don't know whether you have gone to your libraries in any state or in central universities. If you go to library nowadays, they are making the database on a computer. But you ask the librarian how earlier they made, they stored the database. For every textbook, there would be the postcard size reference, okay, and that would be arranged alphabetically. Now, when you go to the librarian, they would search for that catalog, that postcard shape, list of the books are available, and they will tell you, okay, this book is available in this floor and in this rack. Okay, so they had maintained that systematic database. Lakhs of books are available in library, but librarian can tell you in which floor the book is available. Okay, because they have to maintain this database very close. So similarly, when you do a review of literature, you might be reading hundreds of books. In fact, by the time you finish your PhD, you might have read thousands of articles and books. Thousands. Okay, if you read only thousands of articles, you can write 150 pages of PhD thesis. So we have to read quite a lot. And so when you read so much, you have to make a systematic database of the things. Now, how to make a systematic database of the literature? You have to write down what is the title of the paper or the book that you have read, who is the author, in which year this has been published, and what is the research questions they have tried to address, what is the methodology they have used, what is the data set they have used, in which country context they have used, done this study, and what are the findings and what was their conclusion. So suppose you have read a book 500 pages, so you have to make almost note of say minimum 5 to 7 pages. If you're reading an article of 20 pages, you have to make a note of minimum 1 to 2 pages. One page also you can make. So you go on reading. So you may sometimes think that no, after reading everything, I'll make a note. You will forget everything. So don't wait for that. While reading the article itself, you make notes. Sometimes people think that okay, no, I will underline in the textbook and article. That is also not a correct way. You might do that underlining, but then if you think that while doing again review of literature, I will come back to the same article, I will check underlining points. You will never be able to do that. See, I'm talking about thousands of articles you need to read during a PhD thesis. Now, can you come back to thousands of books again and again? You cannot come back. So you make notes in a computer or laptop. So for each article, there is a reference, and you are writing what is the key finding of that. With the details I have told, author's name, article name, year publication, context, data set, all that you have written, and you are now making a systematic database. Now you finished reading say 150 articles. Now you have to put it in your PhD thesis as review of literature. Now your PhD thesis you would have a review of literature chapter. Most of the thesis people have, and that would have say roughly 30 pages, because I assume that a PhD thesis should have maximum 150 pages, or including annexer references 200 pages. But so main text would be 150 pages, 5 chapters, and review of literature chapter is one. And why I'm telling 5 chapters? Because one introduction, one conclusion, two review of literature, three, and then you can have a conceptual framework. No, sometimes some preliminary analysis is required to tell the context of the things, and then three research objectives. So 3 plus 4, 7, or it could sorry, right, 5. Sorry, 5. Okay, introduction, conclusion, and then 3. So one or no, not 5. It could be 6 sometimes. So because one chapter introduction, one chapter for conclusion, one chapter goes for review of literature and conceptual framework, and then 3 objectives. PhD needs 3 objectives. So 3 objectives means 3 publishable papers. And so we're having 6 chapters, and each chapter could have 30, 25 to 30 pages. So now suppose you have read 150 articles, and you have made note of okay, within that 150 there might be 10 15 books also, and when books are there, the notes might be little lengthier also. So then now, how many pages of note you have already prepared? 150 pages. Now journal articles means 150 pages note you have prepared, and if there are books, some 200 pages of note you have already prepared. So very lengthy note you have prepared, but that needs to be brought down to 30 pages only in your thesis. Nobody else is going to read, otherwise your thesis will become so lengthy. So how to bring down to 30 pages only? Now for that, you have to reread those 200 pages note that you have prepared. So you now need not go to the book or articles that you had read. So in the past round of review of literature, you read the original article. Sometimes you have to read again and again to understand that article. But based on that, you have made notes, and very lengthy notes you have prepared. Now second round, don't have to look at the books. You read the notes that you have prepared. Now after reading the notes, you try to club them together. Like who are the authors who have dealt with one common issue? Now bring them together. Okay, so just you can make copy paste. Okay? Now club them together. That these are the authors who have dealt with one common problem. Dealing with common problem doesn't mean that their approach is same, their finding is same. No, their approach might be different. So when approach differs, you make them different again groups. Similarly, the findings might be different. You make them different groups. The time period they have used might be different. Make them different groups. So in the third round, you are clubbing them together. No, okay. In the first round, you read the make the notes. In the second round, you are clubbing them into broad measure heads. And in the third round, you are now writing the node, rewriting the node based on the arguments. Okay, you are making a very systematic argument that okay, so on this problem, so and so authors have worked, and but okay, so in this field, 5 types of research has been done, and these are the major headings of the research, and these are the methodologies, these are the data set used by different authors. Now, now the first group of articles, you are putting them together. Now, so and so authors have worked on this issue using this method. However, their findings are different, and write them their different findings. Similarly, in the second section, these are the second aspects of the problem that the people have dealt with, and these are the methodology findings. Third, like that. So you will have 4-5 sections in which you are writing one type of article, one type of findings or approach in one section. So that's how you get 30 pages of writing. And then at the end, you again become critical, saying that okay, all these works have been done in this field. However, still there are gaps, okay, in which I can do, because these authors have, these are the problems. Or you can sometimes put together all the works together. And now you find out that now when you make all authors work together, you find a different approach altogether. You can have your own framework, that research framework or the conceptual framework or the theoretical framework I was telling. Now you can have a hybrid theoretical framework by putting into all, because some authors might have considered only 5 variables, some authors might have considered only 7 variables, but now so many articles have come up, and you find that the real issue can be explained by 10 variables, and you bring them together 10 variables and make a theoretical framework. But of course you cannot answer all the theoretical 10 variables, but you try definitely, because that's how you are going to contribute. Okay, so that's how you do a review of literature in 3 stages. The first stage, notes; second stage, clubbing them together; and third stage, rewriting that based on the arguments. Now, review of literature is not same for everything. Now, for your PhD thesis, review of literature is different, but there are other review of literature also. So there are people who do a review thesis work. That means your entire PhD thesis is a review work. Okay, but usually it doesn't happen. So review work is done in literature or in other fields, but in economics we don't do only review. But a review paper can be published. Okay, that you are publishing a review paper, that means you have not done any own contribution, but you have reviewed, say, lot of articles in a particular discipline or in a particular field, and you try to publish this paper. Like even when I was saying that in the first year you will be spending all the time for reviewing literature, so that should lead to a publication. Okay, so that can come up as a review paper. Okay, that 30 pages or finally will come to your thesis, but then you can send it to a journal. Most of the journals publish review articles. Now in the review articles, what you are doing, you are reading all the articles and trying to put them in a systematic manner, that what all works have been done in a particular discipline, okay, and what are the gaps available, and you can have critical remarks on each author also. So that's how you publish a review paper. Now when you try to publish this review as a review paper, you have a word limit. Maximum you can write 7,000, 8,000 maximum. Nowadays nobody publishes more than 8,000 words. Even EPW, who used to publish lengthy articles, now they have brought it down to 6,000 words. So because people do not have the patience to read very lengthy articles, so they are bringing it down size. And now, so you have to write everything within 6 to 7,000 words. So 30 pages you cannot write. Journal article, review paper, 20 pages only. So whatever you had read, now you have to compress them without losing the sense. Okay? You can keep the citation. So that's why in a review paper you will see the reference list will be 5 pages, and 15 pages, 20 pages paper, 5 pages have gone for references, and 15 pages have gone for your main review. That is one. Second, you also publish review of books. Okay, review of books. Now, how is review of books done? You will see that suppose some author has published a book. Okay, now that book you want to review, so you can read that book. Okay, or some new report has come, you want to review that report. Now you want to publish this as a review, book review. Okay, that also you can do, but in a book review only you can write maximum 2 pages. Now suppose you are reviewing a book which is say 500 pages, and there could be say some 10-15 chapters. Now those chapters you are reading, and you are writing only 2 pages. That means you are speaking about the book which is 500 pages in only 2 pages. Okay, now how will you do that? Now for that you read the book line by line. I'm not saying that you skip the word, you read the book, entire book, line by line. After reading the, while reading the book, not after, while reading the book, make notes. So in a book there are say 10 chapters. Now each chapter, what are the key messages that you are drawing? Okay, write down those points. So now for each chapter you can have 1 page maybe. So because each chapter could be say 10, 15, 20 pages, and then for more than 20 pages, and for each 20 page you make 1 page note. So if there are 10 chapters, you will have 10 pages note for a book of say 500 pages. Now keep that book aside. Now read that note of 10 pages. Now that 10 page of note you have to make into 2 pages. Now how will you do that? So for each page of note, you have to convert it into only 2 or 3 sentences, maximum 5 sentences, depending on the length. Sometimes the book review journals give you the word limit that we can publish only 600 words. Now, if they say tell you 600 words, it should not be even 601. It has to be 600. It can be 599, but it cannot be 601. So you have to bring down the word counts to the desired level of words the journal has given you in the instruction. So that's how you prepare a book review. Now I told you thesis review, how to do review of literature for your thesis, what are the stages involved. Now you are publishing a review article. Now how to have a review. In fact, for MPhil dissertation, for MA project works, you can have a review thesis. But for your PhD, usually you have to have some original contribution. Okay, and then I told you also how to do a book review. So this is how actually the reviews are done. And again here, remember, while reading the book or the article, again you are becoming critical. You are not reading like a novel. Whatever is written, you are not reading. You are reading between the lines. So it is always said in academics, you have to read between the lines. That means whatever you read exactly is not what is author has a message to convey. Now you have to read that message while reading the entire book. Now, how can you do that? So whenever you are reading the research articles, you have to have the full concentration. Casual reading will not help you because you will remember, if you miss a single word in a particular research article, you will miss the word, miss the message of that article. That is why when I was telling that sometimes you have to read one particular article 20 times. In fact, until you submit your PhD thesis, you will be still reading that article. Because when you are trying to draw the conclusion of your thesis and you are making a reference that this author had said this, however, my PhD thesis finds something else. So again, you have to read that article because sometimes you may give a wrong conclusion. You might have forgotten actually in 4 years of research work, you might have forgotten what the author had said exactly. Although you remember vaguely that okay, I had started my work from that article, but by the time you write conclusion, you might have forgotten. So you have to again read that article. Okay, so some major articles you will be reading probably throughout your life. Okay, just like people read Adam Smith, people read Karl Marx, people read some major books. I'm telling, in any discipline, there are some major books. So people just keep that book with themselves for all the time to come. Okay? And they go back to that same book, they read between the lines again and again, and sometimes some particular keyword will be so important for you. That is why whenever you are sitting with your research article or a book, be sure that you are present physically mentally, spiritually, and in every sense. You are present in the article. You are completely, you have completely submerged here or immersed into that article. Then only you can do a review of literature. And if you are not able to understand, sometimes some articles are really very boring. Okay, and particularly when you are starting your own research, you will find, oh, this article is boring. No, it is just like some taking some medicine which you never like at all. But in that case, how to do that? How to finish that article? That is a very challenge also. Okay, so in a lighter sense, you find that it is just all research articles are just like sleeping pills. Now, whenever you sit with one article, you feel sleepy. Okay, so then how to finish that article? So in that case, why actually this problem happens that you don't find the interest to read that article because you are not getting the message of that article. That's why you are not finding it interesting. So in that case, what we will do in the first reading of one particular article, you can have a very casual look at the article, from the introduction to the conclusion. So you try to understand, in a very vague way, what the author really wants to say in this article, or in this book, or in the article, or in a report. Suppose sometimes 500 pages report, you can't read, and before reading, if you unless you until you read the full article, you cannot understand also what the author wants to say. So that way, you can just have a quick glance, turn pages, see the chapter outline, read the remember, if it is a book, you must read the preface. Preface, by reading preface, you can get the full essence of that book. Okay, and similarly, in an article, suppose 20 pages article, you have to read the abstract. Abstract is again not sufficient. Read the introduction, then quickly you can go back to the conclusion, what the author wants to say. So like this, you would develop interest in a particular article or in a particular book, and then you read line by line. So that's why when I'm saying that sometimes you have to read the article 20 times, I mean this, that you might not find some article very interesting, but that article is going to determine your PhD thesis all the time. That article can change your idea all the time. So you need to read that article 20 times. And in fact, the best article sometimes you will not find interesting in the first instance, but that article will determine your PhD thesis. So you have to read this again and again. And after reading 20 times, you will feel, oh, now only probably I have understood. Okay. And then you make your notes. Okay. Of course, first instance also you can make points, bullet points, but those points can also change. Sometimes in a particular article, you will find that there are some review of literature component. So that review of literature is not the contribution of that author. So author's contribution is what was the objective of the author, what methodology he has used or she has used, and what is the finding. So that is his conclusion. But in a particular article, there might be references also, the review of literature. So you need to distinguish between these two things, and you make note accordingly. So I think I have made enough points for how to do review of literature. So with this, I will stop, and we can take up some questions maybe for 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. One question regarding how to select sample for research and what is the ideal sample size for PhD. This question is
Sample size again, that should be discussed in a different context. But okay, simply I can tell you that okay, for determining a sample size, there is a statistical formula. You must be knowing that. Nowadays, it is available online also. Sample calculator. Okay, so if you know the population, if you know the confidence interval and margin of error, then you can calculate a sample size. But sometimes in your PhD thesis, you will not be able to survey that size of sample because of lack of resource, lack of funding, and see, again, depending on the nature of the data, sometimes you may not get the information on the samples also. So it will not be uniform for all kind of studies on the sample size. But I would say that in economics, suppose you are doing a household survey, then you should go up to 300, 400. That much should be fine for you. You can justify. And that can capture the diversity. And remember how a sample should be representative. I give the example of rice and our dalma, famous dalma. okay, or in any particular curry, that if in case of rice, what happens when you are cooking rice? Rice is homogeneous. No, all the half kg of rice that you have put is all homogeneous. So if the water is boiled and if the rice is boiling for some time, it can cook. So if you just check one piece of rice from the entire bowl, you can know whether the rice is cooked properly or not. So you need not survey each rice. Okay, you need not check each rice whether the rice is cooked properly or not. So that means it is a homogeneous sample. Okay. But in case of a curry or no, our Odia dalma, in Odia dalma we put lot of vegetables, and the famous vegetables are the most important ingredients of dalma is your dal, and then your potato, tomato, brinjal, banana, pumpkin, and so on. And the boiling temperature of all these vegetables are different. So this is basically the diversity of your sample. Okay. Now, if you realize that within my curry or dalma, so many vegetables are there, then I have to check each vegetable separately, because tomato can boil very quickly, so you can put at the end. But you need to check this. Similarly, potato will be boiled at a different temperature, so you are checking each and every vegetable separately. So when you are picking the sample, remember sample irrespective of the sample size, you have to understand the diversity of the sample, in that which we call as stratification, stratified sampling. So that stratification simply implies that the diversity, you know, the diversity could come from the state, the regional diversity, the language diversity, the social diversity, economic diversity, cultural diversity, and so on. Okay, so if you can understand the diversity, your sample will be represented. So you should not bother much about the sample size in your PhD thesis. Between 300, 400 should be all fine. You should never go for 1,000 or something. It's very expensive to do a survey in terms of time and resource. So you can keep that at 300 to 400, and but be careful of the diversity. Otherwise, you will have a very biased result. Okay? If you are taking only one part of the society in your sample size, then it will be a biased sample. So that you should be careful of. Okay, so I'll stop with that because I think we need a separate class for sampling discussion. Yes, next question we can take.
So another question is, while choosing a journal, does impact factor matters?
I think we have explained this. I think we have covered all the questions, other questions. So for research, review of literature, if there are any questions, we can.
I think all other another question is also asked by one of our researchers regarding UGC while publishing the research articles in UGC care listed journal. The publisher list is not given there, so I think they can from individual journal they can identify the publisher list
Again
from
for
there.
your for publication thing, let me also give you some advice to all of you. When you are doing your PhD work, since you are giving all your time and energy for this and you are getting a degree, you all should eye for a very good journal for publication. You should never be happy with the simply UGC care listed journals. See, I understand that within UGC care listed, there are very good journals and there are also not so very good journals. The range is very high. Okay. But for your PhD thesis, since you are putting 4 years of energy in that, you can publish in a very good journal. Definitely, you can have at least 2 publications from your PhD thesis. So, why actually I am insisting for this? That's why I told you that when your PhD thesis requires 4 years, now 1 year goes for your review of literature, and from your review of literature, you can definitely publish one paper. I'm damn sure on this, because if you have read 100, 150 articles, that means you are almost getting a command over that discipline, and you can confidently tell that in this particular field, this type of works have been done. So since you have a command over that, you can help the other authors by publishing a review article, review paper, and it can be published. So if you submit a review paper at the end of 1 year, let it take 1 year, doesn't matter. So by end of second year, you might be having a publication. Sometimes even it will take 2 years for getting publication in a good journal, it's very painful exercise. It takes sometimes 2 years. Why I'm saying this? You might publish it to some journal, they'll simply reject. The editor will simply reject that this doesn't fit to our scope and will not publish it. Please send it to some other journal. This may happen 4 times, 5 times. You should not get disappointed at all. Keep on sending it to the best journals in your discipline. Now you will find some editor is little sympathetic to you, and he or she will, the editor will send it for review, and the reviewer will sometimes be kind, sometimes be harsh also. Now the kind reviewers might be rejecting your article, but might give you 1 page of review comments. Okay, they're kind in the sense that they have rejected, but they have given you 1 page of comment. Now that is very important for your PhD work. So that 1 page comment for your review of literature is going to turn it around. Okay, and you will get a clue from that, and then you work on that. So that will be very good feedbacks. So if you submit it to a very good journal, no, be sure that it will be rejected, but you wait for the comments. And if you got the comments from one journal, irrespective of the rejection, then you can incorporate that suggestion and review your paper and submit it to some other journal. Then the likelihood of submission increases. Okay, then the next journal might accept it with a major revision. Okay, so, but still, if it is if the journal is saying that no, you have to revise, then only you will publish, then you should be happy. And then you work on that, revise and submit it, and then your paper gets published. So, but if you aim for a very low grade journal, you'll be quickly publishing this. Nowadays people are publishing within 2 months. You send an article, send money, and at the end of the month, the article comes with your photo. Okay, so that kind of publication happens. But with that kind of publication, you will never grow in your life. If you want to be a serious researcher, you always eye for the best journal available in your discipline. And that also will help you to develop your patience. That publication is such a painful exercise. It has to go through so many rejections. See, now also, today also, I submit articles, my journals articles also get rejected, but I also publish. It's not that I don't publish. Okay, so rejection, even the best authors in their own field might be getting rejected. Okay, so that's why you should never worry about that for rejection, and you always eye for the rejection during initial years of research. And so never be happy with simply you just that's why I told you that if you read the best journals, you can. And remember, when you go to the job market nowadays, suppose you are going for a university job, they look at your publication. If you have published just one article in a very good journal, you will get the job. Some other person might have 10 publications in a UGC care listed journals, he may not get the job. Other person who has just one publication in a very good journal will get the job. That is what is required, not quantity. You always look for the quality, which helps you. Okay. Anything else?
No, sir. I think with this we will go for the next session because already we have crossed around 15 minutes.
Yes.
So
this, then I thank all of you for your patient hearing. I think still many people are there online. 34 people are available, so yeah. With this, I stop. Thank you so much.
thank you so much, sir. In it 2-3 line we can
Okay, Pradeep,
say sir told in social science problems are many, but your passion choosing a topic and critical thinking is more. Yes, sir. 1 or 2 minutes I will go for the next session. So understanding research process is more important than that of findings in social science research for a beginner. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us and giving such a very good deliberation. Our second resource person is Dr. Minaketan Behra. Dr. Minaketan Behra will talk about how to develop research problem, research questions, objectives, and hypotheses in research. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Minaketan Behra. Yes, sir.
This session is from 11:30 to 2 p.m. So 2.5 hours. So already our participants have been patient enough to take the two classes, consecutive classes. Should we go for a break for 5 to 10 minutes? What is the view of the participants? Can they sustain the burden of sitting for 5 consecutive hours, or they need a break of 5 to 10 minutes? So,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think we should go for a break. Yes.
So we will meet at 11:30. You need not leave the room to remain log in. So there may be a break for 10 minutes. So we will rejoin at 11:30 sharp. Will it be okay, Dr. Minaketan? Minaketan sir is present or not?
Yes, I am present. So maybe after
10
5,
minutes.
yeah,
10
5 10
minutes.
minutes. So, yeah. So
Yeah.
maybe we'll meet.
Yeah, they can take a glass of water, even if they are in
Yeah.
distance.
So I am sharing
So
this
we 10
PPT.
minutes. So please come by 11:25, 27 like that. We will start sharp at 11:30.
I think, sir, they need not to disconnect.
No,
Yeah,
there is no
yeah.
need to disconnect.
Yeah.
No need to
They can,
disconnect. Remain there, but take a break. Okay. No need to disconnect. Be there.
So, Minakathan bhai, I hope you will excuse me if I just disconnect. Okay.
Uh, okay. No problem. So thank you, Amrendra.
Thank
So I think that I do not know this because you see the attendance is so poor. So I do not know because the you see yesterday the registration was at 220. So out of this, I found only 30 students. So that means I think students are not at all serious about that. So maybe so we'll think our next future of actions. But I do not know why students are not serious at all. This is the problem nowadays. The students are now making this. I have no words to say. So forget about that. Maybe so. I think I should give thanks, Amrendra, that maybe in future course of time we will proceed further. Yeah, sir. Mail went in spam folder, so most of the okay maybe that, but the attendance is very poor, no? So I do not know why it go to spam. So maybe so.
It might be a reason that we have sent all in a group mail. So 220 emails. So that might be some issue. We are even learning from the process. And I take this opportunity to um, request the participants that the link may also be shared with friends if you know that they have also registered for the workshop. So you can also share it now. At least they can join from 11:30. So that will help us. And that might be an issue that it has gone to spam folders. Therefore, attendance is not as per our expectation. But no issue. Actually, Professor Minaketan is handling classes, online classes of 300, 400, thousands like that. So for him, 30, 40 is a very small number. But actually, in a research workshop, I believe 30 is a very good number, not to
Yeah,
be
Exactly.
yeah,
worried.
I was
because
saying,
because
sir.
I
Yeah.
remember today, so I forcibly allowed 250 students because that there is no limit. Upper limit is 250. So the registration was 3,000, and foresee, matlab that means we have to go for online and YouTube like this. Okay, so 2 3 programs. But this time, also the attendance is very good. 220 is not a small number that if you go for registration. But I do not find the seriousness of the students. Okay, Nate, that is not the issue. So maybe yeah, Amrendra, if you
Right.
want, you can. So we leave. Maybe in future we will take this pen and then proceed further.
Actually, the present is very important for us. Who couldn't turn up, that hardly matters. Those who are
Yes.
here, they should
Exactly.
they
Yeah.
should return best of their impression that yes, we spent time and it got utilized. So let
Okay. Bye, everyone.
Okay. Bye. Chittabhai, just look at the slide is visible or not.
Yes, yes. Whenever it is visible.
Visible, good.
Make it full screen.
Yeah, I am making.
सूर्य नहीं नहीं इटा स्टोर कर दे इटा स्टोर कर दे इटा हिस्टोरिकल बैकग्राउंड करके लिख देन बा ब्रीफ रिपोर्ट ऑफ रत्नाकर टाउन हिस्ट्री करी सेव कर दे
Okay, so I think with your permission, Sita bhai, we'll start.
Yeah, please start. Please start.
Yeah, so maybe good morning to everyone. So initially, I thought that I do not know rather than giving lecture. So I have prepared the 2 slides that is given. One is how to write research proposal, and another one is how you identify your research problem, your research objective, and research questions. So maybe within this maybe 2 hours, so I will try my best rather than giving the 2 lecture. So I will share my own experience. So slide is there. So the first topic, I think that I should go for this, how to write a research proposal. So because most of the students, those who are joined at the initial stage of their research, so the big problem many students faces at present, that in terms of writing their research problem, and also writing their research problem, research proposal. So with this, I think the first lecture that I will take on this topic, and I will discuss both, I will combine these 2 lectures, and I will speak on these 2. Whenever you will feel, you just write, you ask me question any point of time. Don't think that so middle of time you just unmute yourself and ask me, otherwise you can write the chat box. Remember one thing, that when you writing a research proposal, just look at the slide. I hope this slide is visible. Yeah, this slide is visible.
Yes.
Yes, visible.
Yeah. So please, you speak with me. Don't sit that I know better than you, or you will not speak. I will speak, and you will listen and run away. So this is not the objective of doing this training program. So in that sense, so this is not the format. That remember one thing. So it is the base. It is very, very, very essential that when you have to write a synopsis, and in our university or everywhere, okay, so that you have to first present with your RSC members, that different names are there, that we call some place a doctoral research committee, we have some research degree committee, anywhere. So you have to present your in front of your RSC as per UGC 2018 guideline, and then you have to proceed for your these things. With the faculty member, then you have to go for your university level. So for pass all the formalities. So remember one thing. So this is not the hard and fast rule that you have to follow the pattern that I am here. This slide is showing. So I will remember one thing. So overall, you will find this is the format that we follow for ourselves. Okay. So in that sense, so you have to very clear that when you have to how, because remember one thing, if you do not know so how to write a research proposal, so many times you will faces lots of problems. So now with my own experience in our university or visiting to different parts of the country, so they do not know the actually how to write a research proposal. I'm giving one example. You just write down all the points. I will explain one by one. But remember one thing, whenever you are now, suppose some students have applied for JNU or University of Hyderabad for their PhD program. So now you have to given the written exam. Then after you qualify your written exam, so you have to provide 5 to 7 pages of a concept note, that which we call as a synopsis, that you will present in this interview board. So remember one thing, in the interview board, the first question that many people will ask, the first question, remember one thing. So tell yourself, what is your research problem? First questions, what is your research problem? Second, what is your research gap? Third, what is your objective? Then fourth, what is your methodology? Remember one thing, this is the basic questions that most of the interview board, because you are at the initial stage, so many people will ask in the interview board these things that you have to elaborate. Because most of the students, those, forget about those who have joined this PhD program, they do not know how to write a research proposal. Okay, so my request to everyone, because still now I am facing lots of problems. When yesterday my students was presenting, so I found many things that needs to be improved. So my request is that, so you have to, this is the outline that I have given, so you just think yourself that how you will proceed. Okay, so those who are appearing for the interview to join in a PhD university, so you have to very clear on the dimensions that I have. What is your research gap? Because many people do not know what is the definition of a research gap. How many of you know this research gap? I do not know, but this plays a significant role in terms of your synopsis writing, in terms of your presenting. Otherwise, you will be nowhere. Now, so with this, I think that maybe so we will proceed in that sense. So now how many of you know that research gap is? You just look at the, just write down, I will explain. Okay, the first point. So you have to ask yourself, whenever you are starting a research, that 3 questions you have to ask yourself. One is, remember one thing, many people faces the order. The questions that you have to ask yourself, that is, remember one thing. First question is, why I am working on this topic. Second questions, that what I want to measure. Okay, so the first question is why, second question is what, third question is your how. So if you remember one thing, if you combine these 3 questions, the question why, what, how, in a research language, your whole analysis is based on that. Your whole synopsis is based on that. So technically language in research word, so the questions why is nothing but your research problem. Technical language we call as a statement of problem. Technical language, research language we call as a problem. Similarly, the question what in research language we call as a objective of the study. Then what you want to measure. So what is you want to find out solution to the problem in your mind, that you have to very clear on that. Then the second dimension, third dimension, that is methodology. That is your main body. Many students, if you go for at present, they do not know these 3 concepts. Okay, so those who are present, please at least you ask 100 times before we proceed your research work, before we proceed to write your synopsis, you ask, so why I am interested to work on this topic. So this is, if you go for the past research problem that I have technically termed, many researchers in different university, you will find they start with introduction, they start with background, they start with problem. So from university to university, you will find some variations are there. So I am not going for that. Whatever the slide I am showing, it is 100% perfect. So some variations are there. But overall, the first point, so whenever you are writing a synopsis for the university, so first you have to ask these questions, the question of why I'm working on this topic. So now I'm giving one example. Suppose I am working on tribes. So my question is, I am working on tribes. So why I am working on tribes? I am working on tribes because both central government, state government, and many other NGOs, international bodies have done many program, policy, schemes for the development of the tribals. But yet, so they are not able to achieve in terms of all the socio-economic indicators. Okay, so you have to ask yourself. So you have to identify so your problem from that perspective. So maybe so you have to first you have to provide so the theoretical background in the statement of problem. So before just proceed further, you just provide some theoretical understanding of tribal context. Okay, any topic you are working, so you talk about quality of education, you talk about health, you talk about Manrega, you talk about Naxalite movement, you talk any development related work. So you have to ask 100 times to yourself from today itself that why I am working on this topic. If you justify yourself, then so the first point that the statement of problem or in an introduction or in background, you provide all your theoretical knowledge of the topic that you decided for your PhD background, PhD work. Okay, so I hope, so statement of problem means the problem. Maybe, so I have initially, I thought that I should speak that problem because maybe time permit, but I think this is the topic that most of the students after some point of time, you have to write, you have to face the interview. In that sense, so you have to very clear on that how you have to write the statement of problem. Okay, remember one thing. So you have to first, so how you will identify your problem? Your problem will be identified. Remember, that is the most of the, if you go for the interview, that we commonly ask to the students, tell me your research gap, point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4. Okay, because most of the students now, those who are here, they are joining PhD program, or those who are planning to join, please, that you have to keep in mind that what is research gap. If you are, because your research gap is everything. If you do not know your research gap, because your research gap you will formulate, will help you to formulate your research questions, will formulate to you to your objective, formulate help you your hypothesis, formulate help you to identify your variables. Okay, so everything is depend upon your research gap. So you know what is research gap, the technical term I am using. Okay, so I will give some example. So the second point that why this, so how you will find the research gap. Remember one thing that Amarendra already explained, that you have to at least read on the topic you are working. Minimum, I say, Amarendra say 120, 100, 200. But I think at least my request is that at least you should go for beyond 50. Okay, so if you read 50, so what I am sharing my experience of on that. So you will find that most of the students, if you go for, so what they are writing, they are review of literature, they are writing the abstract of the article. Remember, review of literature is not abstract of the article. I have that experience. Many students, what they are doing, So they are writing the abstract of the article. Remember one thing, review of literature means, so basically critically you have to review what is their methodology, what is their objective, what is their data source, and then remember one thing, so you have to broadly, in that sense, you have to, so what is their main findings, what is their, the tools they have used, and your duty is that after critically reviewing all these things, that what things they have not taken into account. Okay, what yeah, Dhanar, please unmute yourself. So it is your duty that you have to broadly, so what they have taken into account, that is not your business. Okay, so what they have not taken into account, that is your significant. That will provide your research gap. Remember one thing. So you have to, suppose I am giving the one example. Okay, suppose you are doing a research, someone X has done a, Kishore Patel has done a research that poverty is the cause of child labor. That is already established fact. Suppose if I want to do on child labor again, so now if I do the poverty same study as a poverty as a factor, I am not contributing anything to the research. So my duty is that maybe yes, poverty is the factor. Besides that poverty, what are the other factors? So you have to decide yourself. Like just you think, maybe the education of the parents, maybe the number of siblings in that particular family. Okay, because of that, and also whether school is available in that locality or not, the distance from the, many factors that they have, the previous researcher has not discussed. That is your research gap. From that perspective, you will proceed further. Remember one thing that you have to keep in mind. Then only so you can identify the gap. Most of the students, what now they are telling, believe me, those who are presenting now, they are saying that Punjab, the study is done in Punjab, so now I am doing Odisha because of the geographical factor. I accept that, but this is not the sufficient of establishing that this is my gap in the research study. Please believe me. So you have to categorically, many things I have to say, but I do not, I just, my motive is that where you faces problem, I try to share on that. Okay, so in that sense, so it is, you have to very clear that, okay, so having gone through the literature of so many literature on this area, or I found the previous study, the last paragraph you have to write in your review of literature, that, okay, having gone through the literature, I found that this point, the following points are not discussed in the previous study, so I want to include this concept, this variable, this indicator for my research work. This is your research gap. That will provide you understanding the concept of your research gap. Please forget about whatever you have done for your past life. Now from today onwards, so many times you ask every time this question, what is my research gap, research gap, research gap. Okay, so automatically if you go for your literature extensively, you will do that. That is one thing. Okay, so you understand the first point. So that is your problem. So remember one thing. So maybe if I will show in the next slide where you have to identify your problems. So always remember one thing, in social science, you are not doing anything extraordinary new that maybe that is literature is not available. Broadly everywhere, very small rare cases are there where you do not find some literatures are there. But now everywhere, not like natural science, but in social science you will find existing at least some literatures are there. Okay, so your duty is that whenever you write a review of literature, so okay, so you have to now In our time, it is very difficult to collect the material. Now everything on your fingerprint. Now whatever the article you want to download, you just go and you will find huge number of all the website where you can, I hope everyone knows that there is a plenty, all the university students have to submit their synopsis. There is a concept that is called as Gangotri. Okay, so Sodhganga and Gangotri. Sodhganga is broadly based on your thesis. Okay, and Gangotri, all types of synopsis throughout India, in all the university they are submitting. So you will find that is in Gangotri. You just go and look at it, how the proposal is written. Okay, so this is the first thing that you have to keep in mind. So now, in the statement or the problem, so what you have to write, you have to introduce the concept or the topic you want to work, their theoretical background. Okay, so what is the issue in that topic, the problem you want to work? Then in the last, you provide the gap. Overall, the problem of that first introduction part, background part, statement part. Many people, many supervisors use technical terms, so you broadly you follow on that part. Now the first and second point is over. Okay, this slide is visible, I hope. Kailas?
Yes, it's visual.
Yeah. So now remember one thing. So in that sense, so now you go to the if you go for objective, third point. Some students, so we write some that is objective of our broadly of the study. Remember one thing. So everyone knows. Suppose I will give example what do you mean by objective of the study. So now, because I am working on the tribes, so I will take most of the example on this particular tribe. Suppose now I want to find out. So when you want to objective of the study, suppose I decided to work on tribal of Odisha. Okay. So what I decided, this is I formulated my problem. I have gone through extensive review of literature. I found that there is a very few study on the dimension of the quality of educations of the tribals in Odisha. Suppose I found. So I identify all the problem, now objective. So I put the, remember when you write your objective, so what is the motive of the objective? Motive of the objective is that will provide you how you will find the answer to your research problem. Remember one thing. What is your problem in mind? Suppose I say, what are the facts? So always when you write your objective, you have to write down, to find out, to review, to critically review, to many. So I will show you this whenever I will go for one example of this PPT of this. So you will write on these dimensions that so I suppose, so to find out the factors that are responsible for the poor quality of education in tribal area. Okay, to find out the factor responsible of higher number of poverty in Odisha. Okay, to find out the occupational structure of the tribal people Odisha. Suppose if I am working on the education system, to find out why. Okay, so to find out what is the poor quality of education in government school, but to find out what are the factors that are responsible that people are not interested to send their children to the private school. Why everyone is interested to send their, so like many questions that you have to test in the doubt question here. Okay, no problem. You can write whatever the question that you have. I will try to answer because I will spend these 2 hours in terms of only discussions. Okay, so now, so you proceed on this objective. Always remember one thing. So many people write that is a concept that we call as a research questions. I will explain detail, research question and detail objective on detail if time permit. So because of the time constraint, maybe, so I think that it is very, very essential that at least you should know. So because of that, I come to the research proposal. But if I decided earlier that I will go for the concept, then I will come to this. But I hope, so you in research, there is a concept that you will find. So we use in the synopsis some students.
Sorry to interrupt me.
Yeah.
Slides are moving, or you are in the same slide?
Many slides are there. So now I'm speaking. I'm coming to that. I hope.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
coming. I'm not moving slide. I will come to this. Okay, here I think, okay, maybe so it is better to explain line by line. Okay, so if this slide is visible.
Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Okay, remember one thing. Maybe so in the morning, someone is asking that Amarendra is speaking on this the problem. So this slide is so if you go for in all the social science, remember one thing. Research problem. The first point, you just write down this first slide, all the synopsis that what you have to write, if you remember this point. Because within that, so I think I will cover different point, and you will just stop me when you require. Just look at it. Remember, just look at it. When you identify your research problem, remember one thing. Whole social science research problem is based on your 4P. Okay, so you know what it means. Your problem, social science problem, is based on your people, problem, program, phenomena. You just look at it. All except that you will find all the research problem. Maybe so you want to study as a group or individual or a community. Okay, anything of their lives, their socioeconomic condition, the demographic profile, or any dimension you want to, or any phenomena or problem. So these all in social science you will find. So because so you just look at it that your research problem should be based on these 4 factors. So you just look at it. So when you say the 4P, the first is maybe the first P you will find your study population. So that may be study. When you say that study population means your from which you will collect the information for your research work. That may be individual, that may be organization, that may be group, that may be community. So who will provide the informations, the problem that you have mind, so they will provide the solution, the answer to that. Okay, and if you go for the broadly the 4P, one is first P is divided on the study population, and the second P is your problems. Problem means issue, situation, association, need, profile, or anything. Like if you are talking about Manrega program, you want to evaluate. Okay, so their content, their objective, their achievement, their satisfaction, anything. Okay, so you if you go for this problem. Okay, so many other dimensions you can explore where you talk about this problem. Then when you go for the phenomenon, so basically the cause, the factor, why this factor is responsible for that, why the population is increasing, why the literacy, the cause and effect relationship. So maybe when you will go for, so this is the only for whenever you will proceed further for your PhD work, you will explore. So remember one thing, so your broad problem, so when you think, so that is based on this 4P, not beyond that. If you have, so you just explore yourself what is the other dimension that you want to explore. So now another thing which is very, very essential, please, this slide is visible because I do not able to see faces of anyone. So it is your duty, you read immediately. Okay, just read the slide yourself. So I will speak only the points. Remember one thing, nowadays I always encourage my students that please don't tell me that, sir, please tell me the topic I will work. Sir, please tell me 2-3 topics. Please don't do that. This, if you tell these things, I never encourage these things. So in that sense, remember one thing. So you have to, whenever you will select a problem, so the first point that you have to keep in mind, if you do not have the interest on that topic, please don't do that. Do you know that what is the answer, common answer whenever you will ask through the synopsis? My PhD supervisor tell me this topic, so I am working on that. Please don't do that. Whatever the topic that you have interest, okay, so on the topic you will work, You just look at the interest, the magnitude, the measurement, the expertise, the relevance, the data, the ethical issue, everything that you have to confirm. Remember one thing, whenever you are selecting, suppose in my center, I am in the center for labor, okay, so center for informal sector and labor studies. So whenever any students, remember one thing, in JNU, if anyone is applying, so you have to keep in mind that I found, suppose 3,000 students are applying in PhD program in our center. Suppose if what they are doing more than that, so whenever I find the proposal, they are applying the proposal to our center. Our center is labor studies. Okay, you are applying health economics. So in that sense, immediately the proposal will be rejected. Okay, so you will not allowed to work on this topic. So you have interest. So if you have to keep in mind that on the basis of interest, suppose our center, there is economics, there's social science, there's sociology, health, medicine. So different disciplines are there. Whenever you are applying for the synopsis on concept note, and not synopsis like concept note, so you have to go to the website and what you just look at the area these people are working. So, and what is their center objective? In that sense, you have to formulate your synopsis. So that will give you more weightage whenever you will go for attending the interview. Remember that you have to keep in mind that things. Then only you will be, there is a possibility that you see, there is a big competition. For one seat, you will see 10 people or 12 people are fighting for one seat. So you have to very clear on that down, that what you want to explore. Otherwise, you will be thrown away. Okay, so these are the points that you have to keep in mind. So I am not going for this. Another, those who join, if you are selecting the topic after that, so you have to take, technically you have to think that you have to, suppose you want to work on with me. So you have to, basically you have to go through it, that okay, on which area I am comfortable. I am comfortable in tribal, I am comfortable in education, I am comfortable on informal sector, I am comfortable on migration, but maybe many topics. So which is I am not comfortable on that area. So you should not approach to me as a supervisor. You may be those who are the other members are there, so you just ability do that. So okay, with this general idea, so and this is, remember one thing, this is very, very essential. Now, so is the slide visible? Slide is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Page number 7.
Okay, so please, if you are attending class, at least if 1% of you understand this concept, then this is my achievement. Okay, so you ask me question as much as possible. Okay, just read it. Okay, remember one thing, whenever you will start a research problem, okay, now we are talking of the first point of your research work. Now we are moving, suppose you identify your research problem. Now, so remember one thing, the first point, they are, whenever you formulate a research problem, you just think in that you have to a broad area, broad subject area, which is interest. Suppose I want to work on tribals, I am work on the health, I am work on education, I work on drinking, anything topic in. Now from broad area, you have to make into sub broad area, you have to divide. So you have to make subhead of that. I will show you example. Then from the sub area, so now you have to, which is interest, most interest to your sub area. Then you have to raise question. Then you have to formulate the question. Then you have to assess that whatever the questions or objective that you have to. Then you have to double check. This is the format. Just look at it. Just I am coming to this point again. I am coming here. Oh, okay. Just give me some time. The slide is visible.
No, sir.
No, sir, it's not visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible now.
Yeah, is
Now
it
it's
visible?
visible, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir, if you can put the slide on full screen, it would be like easier to read.
I have already done full screen.
Okay.
Now you just, is it visible a little bit? I think
No,
why
there
is
is
it
no
very small letter? Yeah, I understand. I'm explaining this point. So now you just look at it. So suppose I want to, this is the title that is given, that I want to work on this particular, those who are drinking wine, alcohol. Huh? So I want to do actually what is there. So my broad area is, so suppose is drinking of wine, alcoholism. Okay. So now, so this is my broad area. I identify. Yeah.
When the slide is visible, but you can expand it a bit. It is 74%, I think, can be made 90% or 100%. So
Just look at it. Is it okay?
Now, no, it's the previous was better.
Okay.
हाँ आओ टिक्के बड़ा करो आओ टिक्के
Now I'm making full screen. Is it working?
it may be difficult.
So you have done it full screen, but it's not visible to us in full screen. So
And now it's not. Yeah.
Okay, now please unmute those who are here. There is sound background noise. Okay, remember one thing. So you just go to the slide. Be possible, I will share the PPT. So I will provide the reference for the books. Okay, remember one thing. So you identify a broad topic on alcoholism. So now from that concept, so you move forward. Okay, so now the second step, you have to deselect. So this alcoholism or drinking wine is not a big concept. So actually what you want to, so now you make into deselect. Deselect means you have to make a subhead of the broad area, like you see profile of those who are drinking wine. What is the causes, that factor that is they forced to drink wine, then the process of becoming alcoholism, then the effect of alcoholism on their family, then effect of alcoholism and on particularly their family income, their expenditure. So what is the community attitude towards this alcoholism? Okay, so then the effective of the treatment measurement those who are drinking. So these are the broad deselect. So with that, so now from that you select only one area, that is how far the effect of this alcoholism on the family. Okay, so you now select out of 6, 5, 7 area, you select one area that we call as a alcoholism. So effect of alcoholism on particularly family. Okay, so now you identify your one broad area that you want to express. Now you have to raise question. What is your questions? Just look at it. So now you want to find out what is, remember one thing, research questions and research objective. So now you have to formulate your research question. What is research question? Now what impact has alcoholism on marital relationship? How does it affect the various aspects of children's lives? What are the effect on the family income, family finance? Okay, so now you raise some questions. Okay, fourth point. Okay, remember one thing. Now you have from your one topic you ask, so you raise these research questions. Now after you raise some questions, now you have to formulate the, remember one thing, the objective. Objective means always in a statement form. Okay, so only if you go for, so to find out, to analyze, to determine, to critical review, to discover, to suggest, like this. So exactly same cheese you now in the question, research questions is in question form. Okay, so now you just out of the questions, so you want to formulate your research objective. So now just look at it. So to find out the impact of the alcoholism on marital relationship. Okay, how it is impact to the relationship between husband and wife. Okay, then the second factor, always you have to, when you write objective, to determine, to find out, to critical review, so exact, to determine the ways in which alcoholism affect the different aspect of children's lives. Okay, so like this, then you just come to this point that we call as a, to find out the effect of alcoholism on the financial situation of the family members, that you have to broadly, so now you have to clear on that. Okay, now so you have to, so now the second step is that, so whether you have to, now you formulate your hypothesis, now you think, you ask yourself, now do you have the sufficient time to fulfill this objective, to measure this objective? Do we have, first point, the time, because there is limit that we have 4 years or 5 years or 3 years that you have to finish your PhD work. Okay, so you have to very clear on that dimension. Then that, do we have any fellowship for that? Okay, so can we go for the so in terms of that we call as the budget, the money. Okay, so do we have any financial support to go to fulfill, to measure that objective? Okay, so then the third point, you have to ask yourself that the whom the supervisor I will select, is that my supervisor is sufficient to have some technical background to answer that questions. That you have to very clear on that. You have to basically, that we call it, recheck ourselves, assess the objective that you have formulated. Then only that you can do this in terms of your this. Okay, so that we call something of some idea of your research problem. Okay, so you have to, now this is the general idea. So if you go for just do look at it, I have already explained this point, maybe objective, yeah, I have already explained. Now just look at it, some point of your okay, so now I am coming to my the first topic that I should okay, so any question within that? So if you have now, then maybe I'm just changing the slide once again to coming my original topic that I want to explain. If you have any question, please just ask me. Then we'll regarding, remember one thing, that review of literature, when you are talking about review of literature, remember one thing. This is very, very essential in terms of review of literature. So nowadays, for you will find plenty of literature through which now that online source that is available. So first of all, remember that whenever you review of literature, so I am searching for that PPT, but I am not getting it. But I am telling you that, like I say, Shodhganga, Shodhgangatri, then you just go for. So now, those who are working on this, you just go for many websites and many journals, that is you can easily access in the university. Now there is some different link are there through which, if you got the ULR, so I have that link, but I am not able to show you now. Maybe after the class, whenever we discuss, you will speak me, so I will share that link, so you can download as much as articles so on this area. Okay, now the first point, so you just explain that okay, so this is my so where you will find your review of literature. So now remember one thing, so books, plenty of books are now available. There is, I forget the site, that many, not one site, 2, 3 site, 4 site, where you can download free of cost thousands of books. Okay, so though there is some technical, ethical issue are there, but people are doing. So remember one thing, so you just look at the site that I forget the name of the site, maybe if I recall, I will share you. Then journals, then conference paper, then thesis, then your research report. then your magazine, newspaper, then your electronics media, all types of plenty of resource that is available through which you will go for your review of literature. Remember one thing, so that you have to very clear whenever you are writing review of literature. So that you have to keep in mind when, so you whenever, remember one thing, so you have to, whenever you are writing review of literature, so you have to ask yourself that what are the theory on which the paper is based, or the article uses, the concept it uses, the idea it uses, the broad findings, basically major issue that is discussed in this particularly dimension. So you whenever you doing review of literature, so you have to on various aspects. So first you have to, you start by step that what is the research questions and the problem that is addressed in that research course particular topic. Okay, what is the origin and definition of the topic, then the political standard, then the key sources, the key theory, then major findings, then major theory, then all type of econometrical tools that he or she uses for the research work. Then the last point, that what is my addition to that maybe that they have not at all discussed on that point and you want to explore. That is your review of literature. Don't write the abstract at all. So we write, so now most of the students, believe me, I'm telling those, I have evaluated many theses, so there is a chapter that we call as a review of literature. What they have written, so they just article the author name, the year, okay, bracket the summary of the article. Okay, if you are writing that also in the last page of your 20 pages article, or 20, 35, 40 articles review, in the last paragraph of your review of literature chapter, you clearly write that having gone through the literature, so I found this study have not discussed the point, so my study will include the following points. That is your research gap. That is very, very essential. Now, in your synopsis, 3 part is over. One is your, that we call as a statement of problem, that we call as a problem. Then with problem that include your general introduction, general background, theoretical knowledge, theoretical understanding, everything that you have to provide. If some students are making different chapter on theoretical understanding, so you can make, that is your choice. So now second is review of literature part is over. So you understand what is you have to do, and always you have to identify your gap. And from gap, you will raise question. From gap, you will formulate objective. From gap, you will formulate your hypothesis. Okay, so that you have to. Now the your third point, review of literature is over. Your objective is over. Now your hypothesis. Remember one thing. Now, if you have any question, then you will ask me. So this slide is visible or not?
Yes, sir, visible.
Where is this slide now? I have to, yeah. Slide is on this. Okay. So now remember one thing. The first I want to say, the where is the slide? The first slide that. What is the, now the slide is visible? So what is the first slide here shows? It is how to write research proposal.
So how to development research problem, research questions, objective.
No, I want to delete that one. That is not now necessary. Now I will come to that. Okay, now you just look at it. Yeah. So now I want to how to. Yeah. Okay, so now this slide is visible. Okay, now please silence, please unmute yourself and speak yourself. Okay, now remember, I do not want the slide is visible.
Yes, so what should I include in a research proposal?
Yeah, good. Okay, so now remember one thing. So whenever now so I have completed point 1, point 2, point 3. Now, if you go for hypothesis, So remember one thing, what the many students faces the problem. The problem is that, remember one thing, so you will find that most of the students do not know what do you mean by hypothesis. Okay, so generally, so they think, remember one thing, so I am sharing you why my own experience. They write the fact in as a hypothesis. Remember one thing, hypothesis is not a fact. Okay, it is the assumption that you want to think before you start your research work. Okay, so that may be true, may not be true. Okay, like I am telling you example. Suppose I am working on tribals. So I say that before the starting the research work, I say the greater the land holding, lesser depend on forestry. Okay, suppose this is my assumption. Okay, so I thought I am working on this topic, so maybe so I am thinking on that. But so remember one thing, when you will formulate a hypothesis should be formulated before you start a research work, before you go to the collection of the data. Okay, so this is your initial assumption. Okay, in this is so what we call hypothesis, the assumption is a statement that maybe you want to test, or you want to accept, you want to reject with your data set. Remember many things, many students are now, I have own experience. If you are writing a hypothesis, remember one thing, so you have to test it. If you are writing, suppose I have evaluated a thesis, so from a premier institute. Okay, so it is not about the fault. So they have written 12 hypotheses, not a single testing of the hypothesis. So it is not fault of the student, it is the fault of the teacher. Okay, so in that sense, so if you are writing, so remember one thing, hypothesis testing or hypothesis writing in the synopsis is not mandatory. If you want to test, you write a hypothesis. If you are not testing, so no need of writing hypothesis. I always encourage, because my background is economics, so I always encourage my student to write the hypothesis, because I will say that using econometrics tool, they will test the hypothesis. If you are not doing any testing of the hypothesis, so that is not at all mandatory that you have to write hypothesis in the synopsis. You forget it. This is the first point. Second point you have to keep in mind that remember one thing, that whenever you are writing a hypothesis, whether you are writing qualitative or quantitative, some students are asking in the I mean previous experience, that suppose I am a sociologist, I am an anthropologist, so I do not know statistical tool how to test. I have written some hypothesis. Remember one thing, so that is not an essential condition that in order to test hypothesis that econometrics tool is there. So no. So if you are a sociologist, you are writing a hypothesis, in your discussion, in your analysis chapter, you whatever the data you find from the field, from whatever the information you have, the sample size you have, you collected that information in the table form, you just interpret the hypothesis that initially you formulated, and you just provide the conclusion on your analysis maybe. So you are the beginner, so I am not going for that. So if you are writing, so you have to provide any explanation to that, whether you are accepting or rejecting that in analysis chapter, you have to provide. So this is the first part, the first two questions, okay, in your synopsis is over. One is the question why and the question what. The two question is over whenever you are answering this part. I hope any clarification are there, you just ask me, then I will go for the other point.
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, can you please go through again with the hypothesis thing, because this is bit not getting.
Look at it, send tools. Okay. So now remember one thing. So if you go for, when you say hypothesis, remember one thing. So hypothesis is a general assumption. So before you start your research work, you are writing, like you say, so you just thinking you are working on women empowerment. Okay, you are working on particularly so any issue that the sexual harassment. So you just thinking because of the low level of literacy that leads to crime in Odisha and Bihar. So you are just thinking in that way. But so you remember one thing, many other points are there, so I am not going for this. So you one variable is your low literacy, another literacy variable is your crime rate. Okay, so maybe so you are thinking whenever you collect the data, you will analyze, maybe you will reject or accept, that is dependent. So maybe so that my only concern is that if you are writing a hypothesis, so that is not mandatory. So if you have that sufficient theoretical knowledge, you can do. So your supervisor is allowing, and if you are writing a hypothesis in a synopsis in analysis, you have to provide the answer for that. Okay, so that you have to keep in mind. That is the first point. Then another, so with this, so we will proceed for this second point, that which is very, very essential. Now the third questions that you have to provide, that one is very, very essential, that we call as a your methodology of your study. Okay, the first two questions over. Now the third questions. So suppose in that methodology, you just look at this. So I am just showing a outline. This is not the slide that I'm showing that you have to follow this pattern only again and again. Don't quote me that Jenu professor is telling that yes, you have to follow. This is not. You can change, you can modify, you can add, but overall you will find this is the overall pattern that in a synopsis we follow. So okay, so in methodology, so now if you go for the first point that you have to keep in mind, that we call as your the source of the first point, you will tell your study area. So suppose what is the study area? If you are doing a field survey, primary based survey, so in that sense, so in that, remember one thing, many times I found whenever students they're writing the synopsis, always you have to write future tense. Always will be. Okay, no, not was. I find copy paste. So many students also was where. Okay, so no. So always you have to use. Okay, so future tense. I will. So my study area will be Kandhamal district of Odisha. I will be so any study area. So in that study area, so you will provide a general background of the study area, the socio-economic background, some only one paragraph, two paragraph, their socio-economic condition, their dependency, their vulnerability, or any dimension you want to explore. So you have to broadly emphasis on that part. Okay, so that is the first point that you have to keep in mind, that we call as your the study area. Okay, second, remember one thing, this is though if you are not doing any, if you are using secondary literature, so no need of mentioning the study area that you want to explore. Okay, so yes, so the first, so my study area will be Kandhamal district of Odisha. You on that dimension, so you maybe you select a block, you a district, you just provide some background, one paragraph, two paragraph about your study area. Okay, so in that first point is covered. Now, if you go for the second point, remember one thing. So this is very, very essential in future if time permit. So so I will use, or my study will be based on the probability sampling. There are two types of sampling: probability sampling and non-probability sampling. So within probability sampling, you know, so maybe you will detail discuss on that. So only maybe someone is morning section, someone is asking this question, how you will determine the sample size. I'm coming to this point. So remember one thing. So you will find there are two types of sampling. One is the probability sampling, another one is the non-probability sampling. Okay, so within the probability sampling, you have, remember one thing, only one line I'm telling. One is the simple random sampling, then systematic random sampling, then you have stratified random sampling, then you have cluster sampling, then you have multi-stage sampling. Okay, that comes under the probability sampling. If you go for non-probability sampling, so we have the judgmental sampling that we call as a purposive sampling. Then we have convenience sampling. Then we have snowball sampling. Then we have quota sampling. Okay, so if you have any question, you will ask me, I will answer that. So broadly, whether your sampling is the sampling, this is very, very essential. So whether it is based on probability sampling or non-probability sampling, so you have to explain that point. Okay. So another dimension that here, so if you go for, like someone is telling that when, remember one thing, simple random sampling, when you apply, now population is homogeneous. First point. When you will apply your systematic random sampling, now you will apply systematic random sampling when, so your population is known only. You have the data set. So beforehand, so that we call as the interval or systematic sampling. Then another point, when you will apply stratified random sampling, now population is heterogeneous. Remember one thing, stratified random sampling is one of the best sampling to select your required sample for your within this probability sampling. Then similarly, when cluster sampling, when this basically most of the one cluster ethnographic study are there, so the use of this cluster sampling. And multi-stage sampling is used when your universe, when population is very large. Okay, so this is something maybe we'll discuss more on that. So now, if you go for non-probability sampling, so that we call as a convenience sampling. Okay, so convenience to the researcher. So that is, I want to do a survey in the school. So the school which is situated near me, near to my home, so I will select. That is the researcher convenience. Then purposive, or that we call as a judgmental sampling. So on the basis of the researcher, the sample he or she is selecting is the best representative of the population. So that we call as a purposive sampling. Most of the students, they call as purposive that we are using. Okay, then quota sampling, snowball sampling, when there is a very difficult to collect the required sample, like your, that we call as a networking sample, that most of the AIDS%, you talk about theft, you talk about sex worker, like this type of survey where difficult to select the required sample, so this snowball sampling is used. So in this point, the criteria of selection of sample and sample size, so remember one thing, whether so I will use probability sampling or non-probability sampling, that you have to explain that case. Okay, another dimension that you want to explore, that we call as your sample size. Remember one thing, when you say sample size, so there are different statistical formula are there to calculate the sample size. Okay, so one is Cochrane and Cochrane book is there, and some on the basis of the statistical method, statistical tool, so methods are there. So if you are not applying any statistical methods, remember one thing, so generally thumb rule I say as a student of economics, so if you are taking 300 plus or 250 plus sample size, so that on the basis of that you can justify your sample size, and also you can apply any statistical tool you want to apply for your research work. Okay, so that you have to explain. So generally those who are, if you are ethnographic extensive study, qualitative study, so no need of taking 300, 400. So you can reduce it to 150 plus or 200 like this. So you can do that. Okay, so but there is rules and there is methods that now computer is calculating sample size. If you know, so you can easily do that. So but thumb rule says that if you are taking so 300 plus, that is okay. Okay, so now the second point within that the methodology over. Now source of data. Remember one thing. So you have to clearly mention that, okay, I will use, okay, I will show you one sample. I will use both primary data and secondary data for my research work. Okay, so the secondary data will be collected from like Economic Survey of Odisha, then Ministry Annual Report of Tribal Ministry, or anything, articles, journals, report, magazines, anything, so will be collected through like this. And second point, now secondary data is over. Now primary data. Now the primary data will be collected through structured schedule or questionnaire, what maybe you are using. I hope you know, maybe I will explain more on questionnaire and schedule, so time permit. So you will find that if you go for that in the sense of your so you are talking about the primary data will be collected through structured interview, structured or semi-structured interview from the data from the respondent. I will also collect, will also use focus group discussion, which now everyone here. I will do participated rural appraisal. I will do content analysis, anything. So you have to explain. So whatever the data source that you have to clearly in future tense you have to use for that. Okay, then another one is the tool of data collection. So yeah, tool of data collection, you are using household schedule, you are using village schedule, you are using any, this is then you are taking stakeholder schedule. Besides that tool, you can suppose I am using any regression model, Tobit model or Pobit model or anything you are using. Okay, so any regression you are using, any factor analysis you are using, any descriptive statistics you are using, anything t-test, your chi-square test, anything you are using. So you have to provide detail about your model. Suppose if you are using, you are during secondary survey using some econometrics model, so you have to apply, you have to write in your detail in your tools. Okay, so most of the students, so they say that I will use only regression, but you have to clearly explain, okay, I use this model and this is my independent variable, this is my dependent variable, they are respective signs, and all the informations that you have to provide in that case of your tools. And this last, this 1.6, so other points are there, so you can add other dimensions are there. I'm not going for, I just summarize. If you go for another dimension, remember one thing, another dimension, if you go for, like you just look at it, that that we call as a data analysis. Remember one thing, so you have to explain the data analysis means that I will use maybe whatever the collected data I will collect from, I will collect the data will be analyzed through Excel, SPSS, Strata, eViews, R, or anything you are comfortable on that. Okay, so I will enter the data, and in form of descriptive statistics or any statistical model you are using, so I will use maybe average, standard deviation, mean, maximum, anything you are using. So you have to use in data source. So I will use, the data, collected data will be analyzed through descriptive statistics, through table, through graph, through anything you want to present in terms of your descriptive statistics. Then the last point, remember one thing, that you have to write. Okay, so that we call as a tentative chapter. Don't, so you have to write, that is, if you remember one thing, so this is have written, so you have to write the technical term here. So don't write this like a presentation of the, that we call as the synopsis, here just tentative chapter, that okay, so I will, so remember one thing, so you have to, so the tentative chapter of my thesis will be follow like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So remember one thing, the first point, introduction and conclusion, last conclusion recommendation is fixed, and then you rake one chapter as a methodology, one chapter as a review literature, one chapter as a field survey, one chapter as a secondary data analysis, one chapter, two chapter, anything you want to provide on that. Okay, so that we call as a, if you go for your tentative chapter plan. And the last point, always you have to, so what is the relevance of the policy implication or relevance of the research work planning to do? So maybe, so the research work may be useful for the policymakers, planners, okay, so those who are academicians, those who will work in the future. So you have to work on this, the relevance of the topic that I want. And then you have to provide the last is that we call as a reference. Okay, so so reference, remember one thing, what is the most students, so they are maybe, so this is the, now I am just coming to more, what is the in reference, I am telling you that I have written reference up to 40 reference. Remember one thing, if you have not cited, so you know what is the difference between reference and bibliography? I just explained because many people are confusing on that. Remember one thing, when you say reference means in the text itself, if you most of the article, if you go for, in the last it is given as a reference. Reference means, so suppose Minakatan has written an article, you are writing an article, you have quoted my words, my thinking, my understanding in your article. You have cited my exact word or my thinking or my the paraphrasing, that you have to provide that in the text itself within the article, that we call as a reference. That if you are okay, so that all types of article you are given in the article, that we call as a reference. But maybe, so if you go for bibliography, you have read articles, you have book articles, read books, many thousands of books you or articles you have read, you have taken idea, but not you have cited. Okay, but you have taken your idea whenever you are writing your synopsis. That is called as a bibliography. Remember, bibliography is a universal set and your reference is short set, subset. So most of the students, the most problem that students are facing, whatever citation is there in the synopsis, and a reference is given as a 35 to 40 to 50, but no single citation is there in the synopsis. That you have to very clear. Whatever inside the text, so you have to provide the citation. Okay, so that you have to keep, like your article writing a journals, so you have to keep in mind. Okay, so that is the difference between reference and bibliography. At least you should know clearly beforehand. Okay, another dimension that that I should know, maybe one that always if you go for, so in that sense, I think that I other dimension I will speak. So I think this from now I will speak any questions you have. Then after that I will come to this main point. Yeah. Lakshmi Prasad, you unmute yourself and speak. No questions. So now I think my first part, I think rather I have given the lecture. Now it is, now if you have any questions, you ask me, then we'll discuss it one by one. Yeah. Are you people there?
Yes, sir, very much listening everything.
Yes, sir.
But you have to speak now. Now you open up and speak. That means if you are not asking questions, it shows that the teacher is not able to deliver in the right way that what you want. Okay, so that if you can suggest anything if you want, any questions that you want. So that is the motive of doing these things. This is not that they related any topic you want. You just ask me. I will try my best to answer that. No questions. Friends, that means you are.
Participants can unmute and ask.
Research.
The other option is to use the chat box.
Yeah. Yeah. So you just maybe some Ranjulata. Remember one thing. So I clearly say that so if you are no. So remember one thing. Yes, research questions and hypothesis. So that is not that exactly that are same. Some variations are there. Remember, I think when you are writing a hypothesis, remember one thing. So you have to keep in mind that you are going to test it. Okay, and the second point is that you have to at least two variables should be there. If you are doing any statistical test, so like I say, so that should be at least some two variables to which you will use any statistical to prove what. Okay, so that is the case of your your hypothesis. Okay, so and one thing is that that is not mandatory that you have to write in a hypothesis in your research synopsis. So that is your choice. That is your supervisor choice. Okay, so you can ask, okay, yourself, okay, so that okay, whether you will write a hypothesis or not. And I already say that if you are writing a hypothesis, that you have to test it, that you have to keep in mind. Otherwise, it is not that much relevance for your understanding.
Sir, I had one more question.
Yeah.
Like when we are conducting our field survey, like I am from sociology and anthropology background.
Yeah.
So like when we are correcting our data in the field, there are some dimensions that we have in our mind as which are limited to our objectives and what we want to study. But what if I find some other dimension which I may have decided to skip through the literature review, but now I feel it's very relevant. So is it advisable to like include that since it was like already?
Exactly. You remember one thing. So when in terms of that, there are two types of research that we know: inductive research and deductive research. And most of the this field-based study, the sociology, anthropology, okay, so they don't have that much information in hand initial stage. Whenever you will proceed further, you are finding some new things, and you can add. That is the reality of the research. Okay, so so that is not at all any issue. So you can include as much as possible the new dimension, new things, that whatever the information having gone through the field data collection, you find some informations, and that will address your research questions. So you have to include on that. That is really essential, Aziz.
Thank you.
So another one question is telling that between synopsis and dissertation, remember one thing. So generally remember one thing, dissertation we call, if you are doing for MPhil work, so if you are writing this research work, that technically term that we call as a dissertation. If you are doing PhD and you are writing a report, that we call as a thesis. So broadly that we call as a thesis and dissertation. For MPhil work, it is called as a dissertation generally, or also MA nowadays, MA and dissertation also they are called as MA work. And if you are doing PhD, generally the term we are using. And you know the difference, the micro level study, small size, small study is dissertation based, and your PhD, you are extensive on that. Your question is the synopsis and dissertation. So remember one thing, in order to, so synopsis meaning is that this is, suppose the out, generally when we want to construct a home in our home, so there is a plan. Synopsis means a plan, a outline. Okay, so through which, so I will construct, this is my bedroom, this is my kitchen room, this is my bathroom, this is my study room, this is my all types of the plan, like exactly same thing. Synopsis means, or that we call as a research proposal, that we call as a your synopsis. Broadly remember one thing, through which, so basically through, this is the outline, this is the plan through which you will do your research study in future, that you have to submit to the university, that is submit to your department, that is submit to your center, that okay, this synopsis that you submitted, oh, this is okay, that is passed by your the faculty members, then you can go for your research work. So that we call as a synopsis or research proposal, and this is the difference between this. Please, you ask. Remember, if you ask, I will be happy. I am not the way that if you will not ask anything. Acha, find steps, the appropriate methods, methodology for step-wise appropriate methods. Okay. Remember one thing, Ranjulata. So if you go for, I say, suppose, I'm giving one example. So how you will proceed. Now, the best thing that, suppose you identify a topic on quality of education, or you identify that you are working on a topic on tribal issue. Okay, so now, So you just immediately, so you just go to the website in the Google. So you just find out what are the journals available on this area, tribal issue, number of journals published in economics area, or in the tribal. I'm working on the, I'm giving one example, how I proceed. Okay, so I write down all the journals are there in those who are published, the established journals, they are published in this. So I make the list of that journal, and then so maybe say it's or any publication, international, national publication established are there. So then I just whatever the broad topic or education or health or anything dimension, you just click on that. Okay, so now best is that initial stage you just go for JSTOR. So I hope everyone know it is free of cost. So you just go for the first step, you go for the JSTOR. So you will find whatever thousands of articles that maybe on the not directly linked to that but related to your area, you just download it. Then remember, whenever you find one article is area on your area, at least 5, 6, 10 articles you will find from that. So then you just go to the reference or bibliography side of that article. Then again you search it, this article. Okay, so you first 4 articles or 3 articles, 2 articles. Then you go to the reference and you just search the more article. Okay, so then you will proceed like this, you will follow. Then, so you just go to the, what is the national level source through which you will collect the literature on the work you are working. Suppose I am working on tribal. So you will find the Ministry of Tribal is there. So there, remember one thing, everywhere there is an annual report. Okay, so I found that annual. So if you go for Ministry of this website, I find annual report of the tribes. So every year from 2002 onwards are there. So I collected that. Then immediately I go to the, suppose nationally all the other institutes are there, that is called the Scheduled Tribe Commission. Okay, so they have also some official document. Okay, then I immediately go to the Research Institute. Okay, so in Odisha, I'm giving the aspects above. So then in that institute, so they have also published some journals, some magazines, some articles like this. Okay, similarly, so you just go to the your particularly the state level library on the museum, all these things. So like you have to broadly, you have to first take you, I think first 6 months or 1 year, you collect your literature as much as possible with the broad theme. You just after collection, so you collected minimum 200 articles. So now one area education, one area health, one area quality of education, one area your different program, one area. So you just after that you just area make it sub area. Then you just go one by one, one by one, one by one. So that will be the step that maybe you have to follow in terms of appropriate method in methodology from review of literature. So how to find out stepwise appropriate method in methodology from review of literature. I already, so I already explained this point. So that you have to, how you will process this review. If my data is qualitative, not quantitative, how should I analyze it? How should I mention in the analysis part? Remember one thing I always say. So nowadays, quantitative data is not sufficient to provide the ground reality of understanding a issue. Nowadays, most of the researchers, now they are that is called technically term that we call as a mixed research. Triangulation method. There is a triangulation method, which combination of qualitative and quantitative. And nowadays, this is very, very essential because you see, so quantitative information, if supplemented by qualitative, that will give you good weightage to understanding the concept. Okay, for the analysis, so maybe, so whatever qualitative data you have, there are different software are there nowadays through which you will provide some concept, they will write. Okay, so they like the Atlas TI, another one is there. So they are the software there. But I think that whatever objective in your mind, so whatever fact you find from the field, you just interpret that fact in your analysis part. Suppose I say quality of why the people hesitate to send their sons and daughters to government school. So qualitative information you find from the field, you just take that idea, whatever. Suppose they are selling infrastructure in there, teacher is not teaching, the books are not available. So you combine all the fact you find from the field and just interpret in your language to supplement your answer to your questions in your analysis chapter. That is nowadays it is very, very essential that you have to supplement both qualitative and quantitative. If you are qualitative, so that is not the issue. Most of the people are they are doing qualitative research. Okay, so that is not that you have to use. So each objective you have to identify what the fact you find. You just summarize that fact with respect to your objective one. So you just write down 2 pages on that. Second objective, you write down 2 pages. Third objective, you write down 3 pages. Then each pages, so whatever information you find and your own logic, your literature learning, you just link that and you provide. Another one is how can I find relevance in her research topic? ये देखो, suppose relevance in this, this is researcher duty. It is your interest because of that literature is there. Okay, so suppose now you are doing a PhD. You know, suppose now what are the contemporary issue that is now more, no one has given that much importance on this literature. You just look at it. I'm giving one example. Suppose now you will find the area that the Naxalite movement. Why you will find that you will find very few literature on that dimension. Okay, so why now there is a the crime rate is increasing, the sexual harassment is increasing. What this if you go for, so new now you, so everywhere there is so there is exploitation and different form of women. Okay, so you have to maybe this new area. So so which is you think that it is relevant. And remember one thing. So what is the implication of my research I am doing? If you are clear, so mainly remember one thing, when you your PhD defense, the first questions that generally we ask that tell me what is your contribution to your research work, what is the contribution to the existing literature, so what is the policy implication of your research work to the at the grassroots level, at the society, at aggregate level, or anyone. And the next question is that how it will implement impact to the society. Okay, so many dimensions that you as a researcher, you have to take into account whenever you are debating on this issue of whether. So because you see many issues are there. Now just look at it. Now the contemporary is the farmer protest is going on. So now this is a contemporary issue. Now why there is a farmer protest is going on? Do you think that in that what are the mechanism why that is actually the minimum wages, the minimum support price? Okay, so what government is providing, if there is a mismatching, what is the actually selling? So maybe this is the new area that you can explore more dimension on that. So suppose if you work on poverty, so many literature are there. So maybe what is the new on that? If you are exploring, that means you are contribute something. So that will determine from the existing literature, your understanding, your having gone through the literature, and many other areas there you can decide the relevance of the topic. So you are, remember one thing, you are the master of your thesis. So no, not your supervisor. You defend yourself whenever you will proceed further. Okay, so you have to be very clear on that aspect. No question. So now everyone is clear. You write, acha. Sir, you want to work on the district level in Kansar, Odisha. So in the district, there is lots of community development programs. For such a situation, how I promote my sample size? Yeah. I maybe, yeah, I understand. Those who are from economics background, remember one thing, whenever you are selecting a district, the first questions that people will ask you that why Kendujhar district in Odisha, why not Kandhamal district in Odisha, why not other, there are 30 districts are there in Odisha. So why you have taken only one district? Why you have taken only one community? So this is that you have to defend. So now it is your duty, it is your researcher duty that you clearly say to the resource person or the expert that I have taken the Kendujhar district as one district on the basis of the following indicator. Maybe the level of literacy, on the basis of land holding, on the basis of your objective, on the basis of the APL family, on the basis of BPL family, on the basis of the literacy rate, on the basis of any dimension. That exactly you can apply same parameter. You have to justify that, okay, I have used, so suppose in Kendujhar district you will find 12 blocks are there, more than, so maybe, so you are not able to cover. So you have to apply some parameter, some indicator through which maybe, so you have to justify because of this factor I have selected one block only. If everything is suppose fail, okay, you do not find, you just write clearly that on the basis of purposive sampling as a case study, I have taken Kendujhar district, Kottagora block of Odisha. Okay, so you clearly, so in that sense, in terms of sample size, remember one thing, I say that there are formulas are there, different formula are there. Now the software is doing their best to provide the sample size, but my own understanding, so many people ask why you have taken 340 and 350. So you clearly, politely don't defend to the examiner. You politely say to the teacher, yeah, that some students, I never ask these questions, but I, so many, I find many, I remember in my PhD, I have taken 400 something, 465, and the immediately question was that why we have not taken 460. So I politely say the answer that whatever the sample I have taken, I think that is the best representative of the, that will answer my research questions, and I can use any statistical tool for that amount of sample. So because of that I have taken, don't defend. Okay, so politely answer in this way that I have taken this one. Yeah. Any other question? No. Good. आगे बताओ, कोई और क्वेश्चन नहीं? तुम लोग का क्वेश्चन भी कुछ नहीं, मुझे स्ट्रेंज लग रहा है. अच्छा. Very few literature is present on my chosen topic. On the present literature is not sufficient. What should I do? ये देखो, ये मेरा अंडरस्टैंडिंग है. जैसे if you go for most of the cases, you will find that if this is not a natural science, this is a social science. So yes, some area there literature is very few. So in that sense, so like so maybe, so you take some theoretical understanding not related directly related to that, whatever the theoretical understanding existing in the previous studies, you take the idea. And if literature is not there, suppose new area, this Knox-Line movement, now plenty of literature are there. I don't know on which topic you are working, their literature is not there. If literature is not there, so this is your duty. Now you are exploring that. So you, whatever the problem you are thinking, you just proceed further. How can I develop synopsis for my research proposal? How? Thank you for a research hypothesis briefly, sir. Research hypothesis. Okay, I will explain. Thank you for. Okay, how can I develop my synopsis for my research proposal? Remember one thing, Vikram. Remember one thing. This synopsis is exactly same as the technical term. We use synopsis. We call as research proposal. So so both are same. Okay. So in order to you write, if you are writing, okay. So basically it is an outline that I have already given the first slide of what are the format that you have to comment in your write in your synopsis or research proposal. Okay. So you have to maintain the point. Okay. Within that you will proceed. So like the statement of problem, the research reviewable literature, the hypothesis, the objective, the methodology, the study area, everything, on that issue. So maybe, so you will find in that sense, In that sense, you just combine the point and you write your synopsis in future tense. Okay, so this is the way that you have to write your synopsis or research proposal that we call as. Okay, someone is telling that okay. Then another one is how can I develop synopsis? So same research proposal. So Bikram, so don't be confused. So both are same word. So you just follow the format. Maybe after this class, so I will share one the sample proposal. So you just look at it. So I will explain that point. Okay, so my research area is women crime and socio-economic status, something tell acha. So in that sense, remember one thing, women crime. So if you go for day by day, so you will find, so you have to broadly, so you have to go to the, so why this the crime against women is increasing. Okay, so what are the, so how you define crime? What are the parameters that you have to take into account? So how, so if, remember one thing, whenever you are doing a research, writing a research proposal, so before that you should know your concept, your indicator, your variables. So if you know your variables that I want to measure, these are the variables, so you will not faces any problem throughout your life. If you are not clear about your variables, that what you want to measure, like your income, your expenditure, your health, your saving, your debt, or anything you want to explore, if you are not clear, then you will not able to do that. So broadly, you have to develop, and also you have many literature are there. So you can develop socioeconomic conditions. You can talk about their education, their income, their expenditure, their occupations. Okay, their caste. Okay, so caste dimension is now play a significant role. So you have to link with gender with caste. Okay, so that may be, so that will be understanding on this one dimension on this. Many points are there, so maybe we'll explain detail if that. Urbanization of work, very little literature available as no, that is not at all true. Okay, so I think you just urban journals, so many journals are there, so you just gesture, you search, I will find on the diamond. Urbanization is a broad concept, but within the urbanization, what is the area urbanization, you will find plenty of literature. So you just click on urbanization, but which dimension with the urbanization? You are talking about migration? Are you talking about slum dwellers? Are you talking about gig workers? Or any specific that on that urbanization you are working? So you have to provide on that dimension that is for your research work. So plenty of literature is available on that. I hope my understanding. So you just explore, then you will find that. But you have to be very clear on that urbanization. So which dimension you want to explore on this? Sample type and size whole. Okay. Population. Identify sample type and size of whole population. I categorically say, so the respondent, so who will provide the research problem in your mind? Suppose I am working on tribes, so suppose I working on Kandhamal district, so who will provide respondent? The tribals. So the tribes of Kandhamal is my respondent, the Kandha tribe or the Dangaria tribe or the Lodha tribe, so which I am working. So on the basis of my research objective, they will provide information for my answer, the problem in my hand, the problem that I formulated. So that will provided. So you as a researcher, you have to think who will provide the answer to my research question. They are your respondent. And the sample size, so number, so that I already explained again and again, that minimum if you are taking, you are student of economics or some statistical tool you are using, so you can apply, so 300 plus or 250 plus, that is more than sufficient for to addressing the questions. Yes, Subhasri, yes, you just speak, unmute and speak. Subhasri, unmute and speak. Subhasri, unmute and speak. Subhasri Sahu. Then another questions that they have given. So, sir, thank you. Primary data I have used not at all. Remember one thing. So I have the experience that maybe you provide some pilot information, pilot study before you write a synopsis. Okay, so to strengthen your synopsis, so no need of doing primary survey before you write a synopsis. So only provide a, suppose if you do a pilot survey on the study area, some background information for your research synopsis, you do that. Don't do any survey for at all for your in the sense of your synopsis writing, not at all. Okay, so not doing any survey, primary survey. Journal, maybe you can just for your understanding, you just go for your some supplementary informations for your research synopsis. How literature review is important is that is, remember one thing, your everything, your synopsis, remember one thing, your literature is very important. Otherwise, maybe after point of time, you will find repetition of the work. Nothing is there, nothing is new in that case. So you have to very clear on that sampling. So review literature. So the first and important point that you have to prepare review literature as much as possible, as extensive as possible, as latest as possible, as regional, national, international as possible. So that will give you understanding to proceed further. Purposive sampling and random sampling, use some. Remember one thing, selection procedure, which is better. Remember, I always say after you see, best is that you have to use random sampling, because remember, purposive sampling, there is always personal bias error. There is also, in that sense, I always, as a student of economics, so if your background is some statistics and you are analyzing some data, you always follow this probability sampling, the random sampling. Never go for the purposive sampling. So that is not the idea. And another one thing, another one point I can say, that you can combine both if you go for the probability sampling and also non-probability sampling for research work. But if you go for the best, so I say that you can say that it is only best. So you can combine both probability and non-probability. But if you compare purposive and simple random, so I say random sampling is the best in terms of good research. But depend upon your discipline that what you want. Topic on social. Yeah, Subhasri, you just unmute yourself and speak if you want to speak. My research is economic demography in the particular area. Research hypothesis. Yeah, देखो ये 100% you can everywhere you are the I say master of your thesis, you can formulate a hypothesis before. Yeah, that is essential. But you have to keep in mind that whatever the hypothesis you are writing, so you have to test that hypothesis. Otherwise, it will not provide that much information. So whatever the hypothesis you are writing, so you have to keep in mind. Action research, what if you go for the action research process, how that exact. So can you explain action research? Yes, so maybe, yeah. So remember one thing, when you say action research, basically remember one thing, that immediate solution to a particular problem. Suppose you see there is a very poor female literacy, low literacy in tribal area. So you want to a immediate solution to that area. Okay, so you want a, suppose there is a water shortage in a particular area. So you have to immediate, basically action research means, so immediate solution to a particular problem. So you have some problem in your mind. Okay, so you, in order to address that we call it action based research. Okay, so immediately you will do the action, you study the action. So the problem is there. So immediately you want to suggest government that you establish schools, you establish primary school, establish wells, establish soil, or anything you want to. So you have to explore. Yes, that its process and how it is. Exactly, there is not as such the same proposal in a month you will explain in the format that you have to write. But some current literature and some theoretical backgrounds that you have to keep. Everything remains same, but it is a practical based and action based. So in that sense, some little bit some variations are there, but you can write overall the same way that you have to proceed. Can I develop a research paper based on my research proposal? You see, research paper, you take the literature, yes, you can develop, but this is paper. When you say research paper, so something is there, their findings there, their conclusion is there, their suggestion is there. But remember one thing, in synopsis you are not, I know some students, they think they provided conclusion, recommendation, suggestion in synopsis. Remember one thing, please don't do that. Don't write anything in your synopsis. Always write in future tense. You would never provide any findings in your synopsis, because if you provide findings in your synopsis, then what you will do? Research. That means you know everything. So, but in case of paper from the research synopsis, you take the theoretical background, you take the objective, you take the problems, and then from that, you, with your secondary literature, you provide your findings, your suggestions, analyze that, you provide that. So that will be, I think, a good one for this case. Yeah, when you say ethnographic research, remember one thing. So when you say ethnographic research broadly, remember one thing, this is a extensive study, a detailed extensive study, a clear cut understanding. Suppose I am working on Musahar community in Bihar, I am working on Kandh community in Odisha, I am working on this Makaria tribe in Mayurbhanj district. Okay, so when we say ethnographic, suppose you are talking about their culture, their religious party, their belief, their socioeconomic condition, every dimension. Okay, so on detailed extensive study of a particular community. Okay, so if you on suppose on you are studying on SC community in Odisha, so they are extensive understanding of this concept, that broadly we do ethnographic on this study. So many ethnographic studies, so you will find they have yeah, same thing overall you will find. So when you are writing research, so what dimension, suppose like you want to explore the Musahar community, so now you have to ask yourself that from a perspective of culture, on the perspective of literature, on the basis of the religious beliefs, or anything you want to explore, so that you have to take in on the account of research that you want to explore. Suppose I am working on the occupational structure of Makaria tribe in Odisha of Mayurbhanj district. So this is one dimension, that many dimension, but extensive on that we call it. So any topic you can, basically culture, okay, so religious practice, okay. So in that sense, the anthropologists, the sociologists, they use of this ethnographic research broadly for their research. So you can explore more dimension of that. I said I have submit the next month, but getting confused on. My synopsis will have same format as research proposal. Again, please don't be confused. Synopsis is the same as research proposal. Okay, we call as a research proposal, we call as a synopsis. So everything remain in the university. To fulfill for MPhil degree, for PhD degree, we have to submit a outline that we call as a research proposal or synopsis. Some other differences are there. So if you go for project proposal or time and cost, so I am not going for that at this level. Okay, so this is the thing that yes, synopsis research. So yeah, this is the, if you format this proposal, remember one thing, you have to very clear, this is my gap, this is my objective, this is my methodology. You go immediately, you just start your background. Whenever you are facing interview, you are selected, you just tell, okay, so this is the background. So from that background, I formulate the problem, and then you will proceed for your the objective. Then this is my method. That's all. This much if you will say within the 5 minutes, 10 minutes you are going to present in the interview. So you have to very clear and specific that what you are going. Then only you will not face any problem throughout your life. Yes. Okay, so any other questions? I email ID Okay, so I think I will share my email ID on that. Pooja, hey Pooja, door khol de. Okay, so email ID, I hope I will share that email ID, so that is not problem. I am just writing. So just write anything you want, write anything you want, ask. So I think that other than giving lecture, so you ask me, so then I will explain other concept. Email. Okay, so now remember one thing. So now, so I will, if you have any question, maybe you just write. Now the other topic that that is given. Remember one thing. So that I have already explained this, combining these two lectures. So now, but I will share something that remember one thing, which is very some extent essential. So please applicant explain the research tool and the research technique. Okay, good. Then you ask me questions. I'm explaining this. When you say when research tool and technique, so remember one thing. Suppose I am using, so okay, field based. So I say will just look at it. I think I should share one sample copy. Then I think you just, I will explain this point. I will explain. The slide is visible. Just look at it.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, just look at it. Remember one thing. So this is a proposal. Suppose a comparative study on impact of self-help group on socio-economic empowerment of women in tribal and non-tribal district of Odisha. Okay, so if you go for, so just look at, this is the title. So I write down this is the format that I have already explained this point. Okay, so generally this is the format, the aim of the study that you want to write out. So the aim of the study is to find out the socio-economic impact of self-help group on women empowerment. So women empowerment is a very broad concept. So within that women empowerment, in terms of asset holding, in terms of income, in terms of employment generation. Okay, also leads the social and political and cultural participation of the Odisha. Okay, so both, yeah, this is a comparative study on tribal and non-tribal district of Odisha. So now just look at it. Okay. So just read quickly. This you can easily understand. Just look at as much. Just I will very fast. So you just look at it. There is a, now everyone is talking the remarkable growth in achievement of self-help group, different country, sustainable that. So now, so within that I have to I keep in mind. So I think that this is the question that I pose. So how effective are the groups in managing their financial transaction? Could the member self-help group empower in real terms of social, economic, political, joining the groups? So did these groups include the poorest women or marginalized? Did the benefits decision equitably? So these are the questions that you have to pose yourself on that. So forget about literature, you have written on like this, Then you just look at this objective that you find to find out. Always I say to find out, to analyze, to examine, to suggest. So everything that is the format that you have to follow in case of your objective of your study. Okay, so now if you go for now hypothesis of your study, so these are the following hypotheses that I want to explore. Crucial role in journalism. These are the hypotheses that before you I am thinking on that. Then you remember one thing, when you go for your methodology, so just look at it. This is the outline. So detail you just, so I have selected both one, this is basically the study area. It's based on your tribal belt of Odisha and non-tribal district. Two districts are selected, one tribal district, another non-tribal district. Okay, so how I select? So so on the basis of each district, 3 blocks will be selected from each block, and there it will be 10 self-help group for the study. So how I will select the criteria? Should be rural and all should be women, and the group should be formulated more than 3 years, and they have taken money from the bank or either like this. So these are the 4 criteria through which select my So whatever the total sample size is there in the self-help group in that district, so I will identify on this broad. You just look at this block tree, so self-help group and total sample size member, so 150, 150, 150, 150, tribal, non-tribal, and members, so I have suppose here 300, so 600 sample size. Then source of data I have already explained. So source of primary data I will use, remember which I will just use the one, I have used the secondary data, so will be collected self-help group, local NGO, NABARD, statistical handbook, district gazetted information like district collector, handbooks, newspaper, journals, magazines, website. So everywhere you will collect exactly the same way. Always you have to mention on the basis of the information you will collect for your research work. Similarly, you just look at the primary data, just look at it. So the primary data will be collected through beneficiary through interview, focus group discussion, structured questionnaire or interview, anything that you will use. Okay, so wide range of information, and the information is based on this dimension that you will find it on it. Similarly, research tool. Okay, so if you go for that, just look at it. So you will use village questionnaire or village schedule. Remember one thing, questionnaire and schedule, what is the difference between questionnaire and schedule? So that, remember one thing, so questionnaire and schedule both are same. Questionnaire is a set of questions, schedules are also set of questions. If the researcher himself, herself, okay, send the question to mail to the respondent, and by mail, by courier, by anything, so the respondent himself, herself, okay, answer the questions and send back to the researcher, that is called as a questionnaire. And if the same set of questions, the researcher will go to the field and ask the respondent, and respondent answer, and the researcher himself or herself fill the question, that we call as a schedule. Okay, so that should be very clear. Many times students are confusion between schedule and questionnaire. So please never be confused on schedule and questionnaire. So if there is a huge large survey, so marketing survey, so you use questionnaire. Okay, so if you are sending mail, now the Google form is there. So within that Google form, you set questions and send to the other respondent, and they will fill. Okay, so that is questionnaire. But if you go to the field and ask the question and respondent answer, that is schedule. So that you have to keep. So when you say tool and technique, so maybe you want village profile, how many SC are there, how many ST are there, how many OBC are there, how many general caste are there. General profile, that we call as a village, there are broadly village profile, that village schedule. Okay, another one is household schedule. Remember always your household schedule, who is your respondent, so that is related to your objective. So if you are, maybe I'm just coming to that, so you have to broadly, so your group discussion, your local NGO, field note. Remember one thing, field note is very, very essential nowadays, that we call it the field diary. So that you have to keep in mind. So because that whenever you are going to field, so you try to maintain that, okay, I have gone to this area, in future you will do this. Okay, so the field diary is very, very essential to provide a background for whenever you will go for your analysis of your data. Similarly, data analysis I have already explained. You just go to the, so I will use whatever the collection data from primary and secondary source, that will be analyzed qualitative quantitative method depending upon the field data. So using statistical tool, and quantitative analysis will be descriptive statistics, frequency, percentage, mean, standard deviation. So and also the analysis data will be represented in terms of table, diagram, pie chart, flow chart, test. Okay, so these are then the software I will use, SPSS, Tata, eViews, or anything. So basically this analysis of data analysis. Then another point that you just look at the tentative of the reports, introduction, I say conclusion, recommendation is the first, and also all the impacts, the tentative body, review literature, you have to keep in mind. Then the relevance of the this research work, or this is the project that I have taken into account. So you have to very clear, so in your language, how it will be helpful for the future researcher. So you have to explain this point. Okay, so this is the broad point that you have to. Okay, slide is not changing.
Excuse me, sir.
So you have not seen anything on that the slide.
Sir, the second slide was not visible.
Now the every other slide you have seen now.
Yes, yes, sir. We are on the 5th, the relevance of proposed project.
Okay, so good. Okay, so these are the some idea that you have to yeah. Then now some other point. The second lecture that you on that I just summarize some points, and if you have some questions that you will just ask me. Remember one thing. That the research past questions that if you go for the problem and say this objective research questions, so everything, remember one thing, when you are writing, okay, so so you have to very clear that the if you go to the literature, okay, so you will able to understand that the important, someone is asking me the relevance of this topic that I am selecting. Because if you are talking, you are working, you are thinking to write a topic or synopsis, so that you have to, if you go for literature, you can easily understand whether it is that you can do the research, okay, so whether you will able to do it on the particular area. So this point that I have already explained, this point in terms of if you go for, when you say your identification of your research problem, so I have already explained this point. Another one dimension that if you go for that, at least I should whenever you are developing a problem, so remember one thing, 2-3 things you have to very clear. One is your indicator, one is your variable, one is your, so I do not know how many, because if you are not able to identify your indicator and variables, then you will not able to so measure that concept. Just maybe, so I hope I will share one slide. Then I think if you have, you can write if you have anything you want to. Just this slide is visible. This slide
Yes,
is
sir, it's
visible?
visible.
Okay, good. Just look at it. Remember one thing. Just go quickly, because many times we do not know that what we want to measure. What is my variable? What is my indicator? What is my working definition? Okay, so what is my concept? So what is there? So maybe this concept that you have to very clear on this, that we call as a concept, indicator, variables. But remember one thing, in your research work, so you have to very clear on this dimension when you are speaking on this of the, if the so now the indicator. So if you are clear on your indicator, that means what you want to measure. So so if suppose I say, so the concept, indicator and variables. Okay, so remember one thing, when you say concept, so in a research, whenever you will proceed, you write research work, so concept is like you concept, rich, poor, high academic achievement. So in order to suppose I say rich, poor is a concept, so which varies from person to person. So in order to measure that, so how you will measure rich? On the basis of income, on the basis of asset holding, on the basis of land holding. So anything you can explain in terms of indicator. So like exactly in the synopsis, whenever, so each objective, from each objective, you have to identify what is my indicator that I want to measure. If you are clear on that, remember, believe me, so you will not any problem, because your indicator, your that variable, that will provide you understanding to formulate your the questionnaire. Otherwise, if you are not clear on this your this indicator or variables, so that you will not able to justify. So variable, you just look at it. So variable that we define, variable, that means change with time, with respect to time. Okay, so like income per year, income per month, income per week, so anything you can just explain in that sense. Okay, so my request is that whenever you are writing a synopsis, okay, so whenever you start your research work, so at least you should, from each objective, what is my indicator, what is my variables, that you have to clearly explain. Then only you will not face any problem. You just look at this first point that you want to explore. I hope you know everything. So maybe in future you just look. This slide is visible.
Yes, sir, visible.
Yes, sir. It's visual.
Yeah. Maybe.
Visible, sir.
So maybe in future, if you will conduct other programs, then maybe I will explain this point. But this is that we call as a research process, that what we have to follow. That I am not going. So many things I have written, but because of the time, so I have already explained this point. So maybe I have already explained this point. Source of research problem. So you just look at it. So someone is telling what is the, so your so always remember one thing. These are the different how you will formulate your research problem, your social issue, existing theory, previous study. Okay, so everything on that dimension that you have to explore on this critical literature, practical experience, personal experience, conceptual expert. So through which you will formulate these problems that you have to explain on this dimension. Then similarly, I have already explained. Many other points are there. So other diagrams are there. So I think that I should stop. If you have anything, you just ask me. Anis, yes, Anis, you just tell me. Otherwise, I think that I have spoken already. So if you have now, I will not speak. You just ask me question. I will answer that within this half an hour. You ask me as much as possible. Anis. Okay, so I think we should. I think yeah. Yes, but so if you have, they don't have. Yes, if they don't have any questions, then I think we should close, stop it, or any questions if you have.
If anybody has any question or any doubt, probably will not get this research persons like this anytime. So whatever doubt, whatever question you have, you can ask. So I think probably it is one of the best platform to clarify all doubts and questions about
Whatever
research.
questions you have, yeah, whatever questions you have.
Yes, since you
Otherwise,
have a very good resource person, so any kind of doubt you can clarify.
Don't say very good. I am trying my best, because the problem that I have faces in my life, at least you should not faces. I remember that day how difficult to write a synopsis when I was a student of University of Hyderabad. I remember that days. Okay, so my request is that many people have many problems, many issues are there. So yet students have they do not know the basic understanding on that. So this is that you have to very clear on that. So if you have no questions, then I think they are feeling hungry. So if Pradeep, so what will do? Chittavai there?
Okay. They don't have. I think there is no question coming from the side. Sir, can you stop presentation?
Yes, I am stopping.
Because still it is it is.
Yeah, I am stopping.
Yeah. So
if they don't have any question, I think we should stop now. So yeah.
Chitta sir is there?
Chitta bhai, I don't know. I have not seen here. Chitta bhai is in
Vipin sir
here.
is there? Vipin sir?
Vipin sir is not there. So no need of you see.
Okay. Then sir, let me summarize the things. Actually, on behalf of Vivekananda Lok Sansad, Moga Trust, I thank both the resource person. Dr. Amarendra Das is not there, but still we are very much thankful to him, and we are also thankful to Dr. Minodandya for the development of research, for the betterment of the newcomers in the field of research. We are very much thankful you too, sir, because you accepted our request and spare almost more than 2 hours as a resource person and more than 4 hours as a participant. So definitely this will help to all the researchers, those who are in the process of research or those who are interested or beginning their process of research as a beginner. In your 2 hours of talk, not exactly talk, in 2 hours of discussion, you covered almost all part of research. So being a beginner, being a layman, anybody can understand the way you deliberated or discussed the things. So on behalf of all the participants, on behalf of Mogan Trust, once again, I thank you for your contribution to the arena of research. Thank you all.
Thank you all. So maybe this is our motive, that at least remember one thing. So here, so on behalf of our Moga Swami Vivekananda Lok Sansad and Mogan Trust, so we are basically trying our best to do something for the benefit of our students. So with that, maybe in any future, any help you have, so you are free to ask me. So I have given my email ID. So maybe in future also we'll take your help and we'll proceed further. We'll organize same program on the other platform, because this is the initially we thought that many students are going to appear for the interview. This is the motive of that doing. So I think I also give my special thanks to Pradeep. I think organizing such a he is the sending mail and all the things. So I should give special thanks to Pradeep and also Chitavai for organizing it, and also with the expectation that in near future also we'll conduct the same program with the help of Chitavai and Pradeep. So with
one more apology we can say. Actually, this time we came to know that the mail we sent, that was went to the junk mail.
Yeah.
So many participants could not recognize it and could not participate. Although we expected more number of participation this time, but we are extremely sorry for this. Next time we will take care of these things, and we assure you to organize such type of programs for the development of education and research in Odisha as well as in India in the coming future. And we'll try to connect all the resource persons from different reputed organizations or institutions to deliver their lecture and to mingle with the participants for the development of research and education. Once again, thank you all, and hope
Thank you.
for better future.
Okay, thank you. So now we close. Yeah.